Blocking your apartment building? Yi Xian asked suspiciously. Why is he blocking your apartment building? At this moment, roars suddenly came from the headset. Marry him, marry him, marry him. Is he proposing to you? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Yeah, he's making a scene. I told the property management to get rid of them. But somehow he's got them on his side, and they aren't doing anything. Zhou Cixi said helplessly. Where are Jiang Wanwan and the others? Yi Xian asked. They went out with Bai Yao. Zhou Cixi said, why? I wanted to sleep in, so I didn't go. I didn't expect He Maojun to suddenly show up downstairs. Okay, I'll come over and take a look, Yi Xian said. Hanging up the phone, Yi Xian entered Zhou Cixi's address and said, Go here. Jiang Wei nodded and quickly drove towards Zhou Cixi's community. About half an hour later, as soon as they arrived at the entrance of the community, they heard a commotion coming from inside. Locking the car, the two hurried towards Zhou Cixi's home. Zhou Cixi's community was also a high-end community with quite a lot of open space. A large crowd had already gathered below Zhou Cixi's building, with many onlookers. As Yi Xian approached, he heard a loud voice. Cixi, marry me. Marry him, marry him, marry him. Next to Yi Xian, a group of people started to cheer as if they were the ones about to marry He Maojun. Yi Xian and Jiang Wei squeezed their way to the front. They saw the scene clearly. On the ground, countless roses were arranged in a heart shape, and many young men and women were kneeling. At the very front was a fat man in a suit. Because of the heat, he was already sweating profusely. He held a scroll in his left hand and a small box in his right. The box was open, revealing a dazzling diamond ring. The ring was made up of countless small diamonds and looked very expensive. In front of them, Zhou Cixi stood there looking flustered. Cixi, this is the authentic Tang Yin painting I told you about. Don't you like collecting? This is as a betrothal gift. This is the most expensive diamond ring in Linhai, which I bought for 15 million. My sincerity is absolute. He Maojun looked at Zhou Cixi expectantly and said, As long as you agree, I will definitely give you the most romantic wedding in the world. As he spoke, a burst of exclamations came from the surrounding crowd. How? How rich must one be to spend over 10 million on a diamond ring? Behind him, a girl also said, Zhou Cixi, just agree to marry my brother. You don't know how many women are dying to marry him. Only my brother is truly devoted to you. Girl, yeah, such a good family is hard to find. Don't be picky, just agree, an older woman in the crowd said. Immediately, another round of cheering erupted. Zhou Cixi was at a loss. She looked around anxiously, hoping Yi Xian would arrive soon. I knew I shouldn't have come down, she muttered. Too many people were making a fuss earlier, creating quite a commotion. She wanted to come down and explain things to He Maojun and ask him to leave. However, He Maojun completely ignored her and continued his proposal, with the surrounding crowd cheering him on, making it difficult for her to leave. She pursed her lips and said to He Maojun, I've already made it clear to you. I don't like you and I don't want to marry you. Can you please pack up and leave? I won't leave until you agree to marry me today, He Maojun said. At the same time, he waved his hand and the surrounding crowd started cheering again. Seeing this, Yi Xian touched his nose and walked out from the crowd. Because the middle area was empty, Yi Xian's appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many people looked at him. Who are you? At this moment, the woman who had previously called He Maojun brother stood up and said, Can't you see there's a proposal going on here? Up ahead, Zhou Cixi also saw Yi Xian. The nervous expression on her face relaxed inexplicably, and her whole body felt at ease. She didn't know when it started, but she had become completely reliant on Yi Xian, believing that he could definitely help her resolve the situation. At the same time, He Maojun also turned around. He looked at Yi Xian, frowned, and said, It's you? Yi Xian ignored him and walked directly towards Zhou Cixi. As everyone watched in surprise, he reached out and put his arm around Zhou Cici's waist. Zhou Cixi was startled at first, then blushed slightly, but she very cooperatively took Yi Xian's arm. Yi Xian glanced at He Maojun, then at the stunned onlookers and said with a smile, Let's go home. Whoa, she has a boyfriend. This is so awkward. Murmurs arose from the crowd, making He Maojun's face extremely unsightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stop right there. Cece, don't pretend. He can't be your boyfriend. How could you possibly fall for a rapist?" The crowd, which was about to disperse, stopped and looked curiously in their direction. Xin didn't intend to pay attention to He Maojun, but He Maojun quickly ran over. The people he brought, seeing He Maojun move, also ran over and surrounded Xin and Zhou Cece. "This man is a rapist who drugged and raped a girl 9 years ago," He Maojun shouted to the crowd. 9 years was a long time, except for certain individuals who among the ordinary people would still remember this matter. Of course, they couldn't help but point and whisper about Xin. Xin shrugged, keeping his arm around Zhou Cece's waist, and said to He Maojun, "What I was like in the past doesn't change the fact that I'm Zhou Cece's boyfriend now. Get lost and don't harass Zhou Cece again." Damn it! These words almost made He Maojun's nose crooked with anger. "Cece, don't be fooled by this kid. He's penniless. I investigated him. His dad is a nobody at Hanyu Group, doing nothing but collecting a meager salary. Xin is just Lei Bin's assistant. That day, he must have been taking photos for Lei Bin. He himself has no money." He Maojun quickly said, "What I earn is enough for me. I like Xin, that's all. Don't bother me again." Zhou Cece also spoke up. He Maojun was stunned and looked at Xin in astonishment. Xin gave him a helpless expression, as if to say, "She likes me. What can I do?" "Sister Cece, you can't spend your life with a man who has no ability." He Maojun's sister quickly said, "Sister Cece, dump him and marry my brother." He Maojun took a breath and said to Xin, "I'll give you 5 million. Leave Cece." Xin raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "I'll give you 100 million. Get lost immediately." Such empty words. Can you even take out 10,000 yuan? Let alone 100 million. He Maojun's sister sneered. "Sister Cece, you see, this Xin is just full of hot air. You can't trust this kind of man." Xin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What if I can take it out? What if I can take it out and you strip naked and run around this complex? Then what if you can't? If you can't, you break up with Zhou Cece?" He Maojun's sister sneered. "If that's the case, I accept." Xin touched his nose and smiled at her. "As scared now," she sneered. Then she saw Xin reach into his pocket and pull out a dark blue card, which he tossed directly in front of her. It landed on the ground with a slap. Diamond card." He Maojun and his sister's pupils shrank simultaneously. At the same time, Xin's voice rang in their ears. "You can start taking your clothes off now." Downstairs at Zhou Qianqian's apartment building, a crowd of several dozen people gathered, curiously watching from outside. Inside, He Maojun and his sister stood with shocked expressions, staring at the azure card on the floor. Xin, the rapist who, in their eyes, had served 9 years in prison, the man who seemingly had nothing, actually, possessed a Xinhai Bank diamond card. As a haven for the wealthy, Xinhai Bank's influence in the domestic economy was immense. It wasn't just limited to finance. Xinhai Bank's industries spanned various sectors. If one were to discuss hidden commercial empires, Xinhai Bank was undoubtedly one of the largest. The siblings knew very well what a Xinhai Bank diamond card signified. Their family was well off, with assets worth tens of billions. After all, they were one of the top antique dealers in the country. But compared to a Xinhai Bank diamond card, their wealth was insignificant. "Impossible. How could you have something like this?" He Maojun said in astonishment. Xin ignored him and turned his gaze to his sister. He Maojun's sister, He Ming, wore an unsightly expression. Xin smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about where I got this card. But with this card, taking out 100 million isn't difficult, right? You can fulfill your promise now." "Who knows where you got that card?" He Ming sneered. "How can you prove it's yours?" Xin paused, looking at He Ming with a faint smile. He Ming's expression turned even uglier. Indeed, a Xinhai Bank diamond card wouldn't be given to just anyone. Moreover, Zhou Qianqian was a Xinhai Bank employee. Her question was rather absurd. He Maojun gritted his teeth and said, "Why take such a joke seriously? So, you can get lost. Don't force me to take action against your family. Your little antique business. I could easily support another competitor to fight for your market share. I think you wouldn't be able to withstand that, Xin said calmly. A diamond card could mobilize hundreds of billions of funds at Xinhai Bank. Of course, given the He family's standing in the antique world, completely crushing them might be difficult. But if someone truly wanted to seize their market share, it would inevitably cripple them. A cold sweat broke out on He Maojun's forehead. He recalled his previous disdain for Xin. If Xin acted impulsively and actually did it, he would become the family's scapegoat. Also, stay away from Zhou Qianqian in the future, understand? Xin said indifferently. Saying this, Xin put his arm around Zhou Qianqian's waist, walked to the elevator, pressed the button, and stepped inside. He didn't bother with He Maojun and the others anymore. Someone like He Maojun, a businessman, knew how to weigh the pros and cons. After this incident, even if he was wary of him, he probably wouldn't harass Zhou Qianqian again. Inside the elevator, Xin noticed Zhou Qianqian's face becoming increasingly red. "What's wrong?" Xin asked. "There's no one here now," Zhou Qianqian said, looking down. "You can let go of me." Xin was taken aback. He removed his hand from Zhou Qianqian's waist, touched his nose, coughed dryly, and changed the subject. "He shouldn't bother you anymore after this." "Thank you," Zhou Qianqian said, looking at Xin gratefully. "Although I'm in charge of your business, since we met, you've always been the one helping me. You gave me a birthday present and such a valuable gift. And now you've dealt with He Maojun. I don't know how to thank you. We're friends." "It was nothing," Xin said with a smile and a wave of his hand. "By the way, after we get back, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with." Zhou Qianqian asked. "What is it?" "Talk to Huang Liang. For any Xinhai Bank Industries in Linhai that are collaborating with the Yi family, terminate them as much as possible without affecting Xinhai Bank's interests," Xin said. Zhou Qianqian was stunned, looking at Xin in surprise. "Are you going to take action against the Yi family?" As they talked, the elevator arrived. They stepped out, and Xin touched his nose, nodding. "I've found out the truth about what happened 9 years ago. The Yi family was ruthless to me, so I won't show them any mercy." "But," Zhou Qianqian said worriedly, "the Yi family is vast and powerful. Their industries are all over the country. They have a huge commercial empire." Xin smiled. "How do you know I don't have a commercial empire even bigger than theirs?" Zhou Qianqian looked at Xin in astonishment. She didn't doubt his words. In her eyes, Xin was incredibly mysterious. Even now, she couldn't figure out his background or why he had a Xinhai Bank diamond card. She had become accustomed to the shocks he brought her. After opening the door to his apartment, Xin sat down and took out his phone, calling Laban again. Soon, Laban answered, "Hey, what's up, kid? I found out about what happened 9 years ago," Xin said. Laban asked, "Who did it?" "Several families were involved, but the true mastermind was the Yi family. Contact them and find out how many assets I have worldwide. Also, contact Dr. Zhe and ask for his help," Xin said calmly. "Then, take action against the Yi family." Laban mused. "Even so, it will be difficult to bring down the Yi family. Their foundation is very strong." "I know." Xin touched his nose. "My exoneration is just a matter of waiting until the weekend. I've got control of the key witness. Everything I'm doing is to tell the Yi family that since they chose to target me, chose to sacrifice me, they should pay the price. I don't understand business, so I'll leave all that to you. Next week is the Yi family's annual summary meeting. Make sure they suffer the greatest losses this week. Make them cry their way to that meeting." On the other end, Laban licked his lips excitedly. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll make sure the Yi family cries." Meanwhile, in Linhai, at the Yi family residence, within the vast Yi family compound, several branches of the family lived. In one of the studies, Yi Zhongheng sat, flanked by Yi Zikan and Yi Ziyu. "Ziyu, go outside for a moment." Yi Zhongheng waved his hand. "Dad, you guys have to help me teach the Xin a lesson. He showed off in front of me the other day. I was so angry." Yi Ziyu said. I know, Yi Zhongheng said. And dye your green hair back. It's an eyesore. It's art, Yi Ziyu protested. Yi Zhongheng glared at him coldly. Yi Ziyu shrugged. As long as you help me teach Yi Xian a lesson, I'll dye it back immediately. All right, go outside first. Your father and I have something to discuss. Yi Zikin patted his shoulder. Oh. Yi Ziyu nodded and left the room. After he left, Yi Zikin looked at Yi Zhongheng. Dad, how is it? Still can't reach him? Yes, Yi Zhongheng nodded. He said he'd call us last night after he finished, but he hasn't. I've called him a dozen times today, and he hasn't answered. I sent people to several of his residences, and he wasn't there. I'm afraid something's happened. Yi Zikin frowned. What should we do? Let's wait and see, Yi Zhongheng said. Maybe he just stayed up too late with a woman last night and hasn't woken up yet. Yi Zikin nodded. That's all we can do. Meanwhile, at the Liu family residence in Linhai, a white-haired old man looked at Liu Bai, whose head was wrapped in bandages. The old man looked quite elderly, but he was full of vigor and had a robust physique. This was Liu Yunshan, a highly respected figure in Linhai, and also a holder of a Xinhai Bank diamond card. Grandpa, you have to help me. That Yi Xian is Lei Bin's man. No matter what, you have to make him kneel and apologize to me, Liu Bai cried. Inside the room, a young woman with a fiery figure glared at Liu Bai. Serves you right. You trained with Grandpa for so many years, yet you can't even beat an ordinary person. Look at the state you're in. The speaker was Liu Bai's younger sister, Liu Xingyu. She wasn't exceptionally voluptuous, but her figure was well-proportioned. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her skin wasn't fair, but rather a healthy, wheatish color with a vibrant, elastic quality. Liu Yunshan sat there, looking at Liu Xingyu, then at Liu Bai. He's one of Lei Bin's men, right? Liu Bai nodded. Yes, his relationship with Lei Bin is definitely not ordinary. And it's not that I couldn't beat him. This guy seems to have superhuman strength. I was ambushing him, but he suddenly pinned my head to the ground. His strength was immense. I couldn't react at all. Liu Yunshan sighed. Someone dares to bully my Liu family's descendants in Linhai? No matter who he is, we need an explanation. On Monday, Xingyu, take my diamond card and go to the Hanyu group. Meet with Lei Bin and tell him this matter needs a resolution. If he's unwilling to offer an apology, let him consider the consequences. Liu Xingyu grumbled. Fine, I understand. Lying on the sofa, Liu Bai's face was filled with ecstasy. He sneered inwardly, already imagining how he would humiliate Yi Xian when he was brought before him. Yi Xian, of course, was unaware of all this. He stayed at Zhou Cici's place for a while. Then Jiang Wanwan called Zhou Cici, inviting her out. Zhou Cici initially invited Yi Xian too, but he declined. If he went, he would inevitably have dinner with them, and Jiaqi and Ming Xiaonan would arrive in Linhai that evening. He had to welcome them. Zhou Cici drove off by herself. Yi Xian called Jiang Wei. As soon as Jiang Wei answered, he cursed. Damn you. You ditch me the moment you're with a girl. Yi Xian scratched his head. They had arrived at the residential complex together, and Yi Xian had rushed over to help Zhou Cici, while Jiang Wei stood there watching. Afterward, Yi Xian and Zhou Cici went upstairs together. Jiang Wei had called Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was on the phone with Lei Bin at the time, and so he missed the call. 2 hours, dude. Impressive, Jiang Wei said after a moment. Yi Xian was speechless. He knew Jiang Wei was thinking dirty. He retorted, Don't talk nonsense. I just stayed at her place for a while, just helping her with something. Did you go back? Yeah, I'm back. Are you coming to find me? Jiang Wei asked. No, it's fine if you're already back, Yi Xian said. I was just worried you were still downstairs waiting for me, so I called to check. Damn you, Jiang Wei cursed. You bastard. Only thinking of me after you're done having fun. Yi Xian touched his nose, knowing he couldn't explain it clearly, and didn't bother. He hung up. Then he contacted Jiaqi, confirmed her arrival time, and went to an internet cafe to play some games. At 9 p.m., Yi Xian walked out of the internet cafe. At the entrance, an SUV was parked. From the passenger seat, Ming Xiaonan gave him a sweet smile. Get in. Yi Xian nodded and looked at Jiaqi. Dr. Zhe, long time no see. I've missed you. Jiaqi still had her usual icy demeanor. She looked at Xin and asked, "Did you find number 2? Xin nodded. "Yes." "Give me her contact information," Jiaqi asked. Xin shook his head. "That's not possible. Number 2 doesn't want to go back yet. She still has things to do." Jiaqi started the car and glanced at Xin through the rearview mirror. "Since you found her, you should let her come back. The grudge from 3 years ago needs to be settled. Number 7 didn't die for nothing. None of those involved will escape. I'm in the city, and number 2 is in the city too. We'll cooperate and eliminate those people one by one," Xin said. Jiaqiyu's cold face frowned slightly. Seeing Xin unwilling to say more, she didn't press further. Xin asked, "By the way, what brings you two to Yinjing this time?" Jiaqiyu nodded. "The hermit has surfaced." Xin's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing within them. Really? For the Night Watchers, the name Hermit was their greatest pain. This person was the number 1 ranked assassin in the underground world, possessing terrifying strength. Most importantly, he was a former Night Watcher. He had once held a very high position within the organization. He was a child picked up from the streets by the elders of the Night Watchers, and from a young age, he displayed extraordinary talent. At the age of 32, he became the Zero of the Night Watchers, more than 10 years before Xin. He was 2 generations of Zeros before Xin. Later, for unknown reasons, he suddenly betrayed the organization and left, becoming an assassin and quickly rising to the top of the underground assassin rankings. He rarely made a move, but when he did, an important figure would inevitably fall. He was very mysterious. No one knew where he was or when he would strike. Thus, the underground world called him the Hermit. Of course, Xin knew his name. His name was Jian Xing. All Night Watchers knew his name. Every Zero had the mission to hunt down Jian Xing. It was the same for Xin and Lu Yang. During Xin's time as Zero, Jian Xing had acted a few times, disappearing without a trace after each operation, making him impossible to track. "Did he act in Linhai?" Xin asked. "No. This information came from a spy within the Red Lotus. Jian Xing is cooperating with He Tian. Their goal is to control the Wang family of Yinjing, specifically targeting a girl named Wang Jiaqi, who is studying in Linhai," Jiaqi explained. Xin's expression shifted slightly. The Wang family of Yinjing was a truly top-tier aristocratic family, different from families like Xin's. The Wang family wasn't just powerful in business. Their core members were also, to some extent, an underground organization. Xin asked in surprise, "Wang Jiaqi?" Jiaqiyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Do you know her? I think I've met her once. She's an art student, right?" Xin asked. "Tsk tisk," Ming Xiaonan chimed in. "Dr. Zhou, you were right. Big brother Xin only knows how to hook up with pretty girls." Jiaqiyu snorted. Xin felt awkward and quickly explained. "Misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. When I was in Linhai, I happened to meet Chen Xian and her daughter from the Huanyu group. Her daughter invited me to be her model, and Wang Jiaqi, being her best friend, was there too." "Oh, a mother-daughter duo?" Jiaqiyu asked with a smirk. Xin was taken aback. "Dr. Zhe, you have to understand, you're the only one in my heart. It's just a pity that you've never paid any attention to me." Jiaqiyu rolled her eyes. "I haven't felt it at all. If the goal this time is to control Wang Jiaqi, the information from the Red Lotus suggests it's highly likely Jian Xing will personally act. The Wang family has sent a powerful expert, but we're still uneasy. If the Red Lotus succeeds in cooperating with or controlling the Wang family, it will be a big problem for us." "So?" Xin asked. Jiaqiyu said, "Lu Yang is away on a mission and won't be back anytime soon. If Jian Xing appears, you'll have to act. That's my mission anyway," Xin said, touching his nose. Yes, in his heart, he was still the Zero of the Night Watchers. As for Lu Yang, he was just a kid. Jiaqi nodded. "By the way, did you find out the truth about what happened 9 years ago? Are you planning to take action against the Yi family?" "Yes," Xin nodded. "I'll give you my full support," Jiaqi said calmly. Hearing Jiaqi words, Ye Xian chuckled. He had already obtained a list of several families involved in the incident from Yi Hong. For him, the real challenges were the two large families, the Yi family and the Zhou family. The Zhou family was relatively easier to deal with. They were backed by Red Lotus. However, the person in charge of Red Lotus in Linhai was Red Rose, and she was currently cooperating with Ye Xian. Getting Red Rose to ignore the Zhou family shouldn't be difficult. Without Red Lotus's support, the Zhou family would be easy to target. The real difficulty lay with the Yi family. Ye Xian wasn't aiming to bankrupt the Yi family. Completely ruining them was unrealistic, given their deep-rooted foundation. However, he wanted to make them truly regret and suffer within a week. He wanted to significantly reduce their assets, at the very least. Of course, the real moment of truth would be at the weekend, during the Yi family's annual summary. Unlike other companies, their annual summary was held in mid-June, and they usually invited representatives from many large companies in Linhai. At that time, Ye Xian would appear with Yi Hong and reveal the whole truth. That would be the moment to deliver the fatal blow. After Jiaqi drove into a residential complex and parked in the garage, she said, "Come on up, Xiaonan, and I will be staying here for now." Ye Xian nodded and chuckled. "Is the house big enough? After I've settled things with my family, I'll move in with you guys." "Suit yourself," Jiaqi replied. "Carry the things," Jiaqi said after stopping the car. Her trunk was full of medical supplies, and Ye Xian helped her carry them upstairs. Their house was a Western-style house, quite spacious, so having Ye Xian stay wouldn't be a problem. After tidying up a bit, Jiaqi sat down on the sofa. Ye Xian pondered and asked, "By the way, I heard from Qin Guosheng that you had some unpleasantness with those elderly folks. What happened?" "None of your business." Jiaqi glared at him. Ye Xian scratched his head awkwardly. After staying with Jiaqi for a while, Ye Xian left. He asked for directions to the exit and walked towards the gate of the complex. "Ye Xian," a voice called out from behind him just as he reached the gate. Ye Xian turned around and saw a beautiful long-haired girl skipping towards him. "Wow, it really is you. I followed you for a while, thinking I might have mistaken you." Ye Xian was also slightly stunned. The girl in front of him was Wang Jiaqi. He touched his nose and asked, "You don't live on campus?" "No," Wang Jiaqi said. "Living on campus is inconvenient. Our school is nearby, so I bought an apartment in this complex. What about you? What are you doing here?" Ye Xian was speechless. He finally understood why Jiaqi and Xiao Nen had chosen to live here. It was close to Wang Jiaqi, and they could provide immediate support if anything happened. He was still surprised, though. Wang Jiaqi really was a child of the Yanjing Wang family. Rich people went to school differently. They even bought their own apartments. "I'm here to look at houses. I might move here later," Ye Xian said with a smile. Wang Jiaqi was taken aback, then asked in surprise, "Really? That's great. We'll be neighbors then. To show neighborly friendliness, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Will you do me the honor?" Wang Jiaqi smiled, revealing her white, even teeth. Ye Xian nodded. "No problem." Wang Jiaqi smiled. "Then come with me. There's a barbecue place outside our school that's super delicious." She dragged Ye Xian towards the school. Wang Jiaqi's school was Linhai University. Linhai University's art department was nationally renowned, having produced many artists. Ye Xian hadn't been back to Linhai University for 9 years, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia as he passed by the school gate. Wang Jiaqi pulled Ye Xian to a barbecue stall and ordered quite a bit, saying, "Let me tell you, this barbecue place is the best outside our school." Ye Xian smiled. This barbecue place had been open for many years. Business was already booming when he was still in school, but he didn't come here often because Bai Yao didn't like this kind of food. But the taste was indeed good. He looked at the barbecue and thought of Huang Shiqi. If she were here, she could probably eat the owner out of business. After they sat down, Wang Jiaqi asked with a grin, "Ye Xian, have you been in the army?" "Oh?" Ye Xian asked in surprise. "Why do you ask? That day when you were modeling, you sat still for over an hour. If you hadn't been in the army, you definitely wouldn't have that kind of willpower, unless you've practiced martial arts," Wang Jiaqi said. Ye Xian looked at Wang Jiaqi, his expression shifting slightly. This girl came from the Wang family, so she should have some martial arts training. She might even be better than Qin Xiaowei. You could say that. Ye Xian touched his nose. Then Wang Jiaqi said, I knew you must have been. Chun, she didn't believe me. Then she asked, was the person who called you that day your girlfriend? You have no idea how heartbroken Chun she was after you left. I don't believe you, Ye Xian said helplessly. She's not my girlfriend, just a friend who's been missing for many years. I don't have a girlfriend. Chi-Chi. A voice called out beside Ye Xian. Chi-Chi, why did you come here for barbecue without me? I would have treated you. Ye Xian saw a look of impatience on Wang Jiaqi's face. He turned his head and saw a tall, handsome young man in a basketball uniform standing nearby. When Ye Xian saw him, he saw Ye Xian too. He frowned and asked, who are you? What's your relationship with Chi-Chi? What my relationship with him is none of your business. Wang Jiaqi said impatiently. Can you please not stand in front of us? The young man ignored Wang Jiaqi and looked at Ye Xian. He raised his hand and said, get up and get lost. Stay away from Chi-Chi. Understand? Feng Rue, don't go too far? Wang Jiaqi snapped. Feng Rue still ignored Wang Jiaqi's warning. He looked at Ye Xian and said, do you not understand human language? Look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy of eating with Chi-Chi? I told you to get up. Do you hear me? His voice quickly attracted the attention of many people. Isn't that our school beauty, Wang Jiaqi? Who's that guy across from her? He actually dares to eat with her. And he ran into Feng Rue. This guy is probably screwed. Anyone who gets close to Wang Jiaqi gets beaten up by Feng Rue. Yeah, Feng Rue's family is rich and they used to be gangsters. No one dares to mess with them in Linhai. Indeed, Feng Rue was Feng Jun's younger brother. Amidst the discussion, Ye Xian roughly figured out what was going on. He smiled and looked at Feng Rue. Can't you tell that Wang Jiaqi doesn't like you, even hates you? That's between her and me, Feng Rue said indifferently. Don't waste my time. Just get up and get lost. Ye Xian touched his nose, then looked up and smiled at him. Looks like school hasn't taught you any manners. Are you going to get lost or not? Feng Rue's face darkened visibly. He glared fiercely at Ye Xian, ignoring the surrounding gazes. He picked up a nearby stool, pointed at Ye Xian, and asked, I'll ask you one more time. Are you getting lost? Wang Jiaqi's face changed slightly, and she was about to say something. A voice rang out from the side. Put that down. Ye Xian looked over and saw Feng Jun hurrying through the crowd. He grabbed Feng Rue's hand and said, Hurry up and apologize. Feng Rue, as well as the onlookers, were stunned. Not far from the entrance of Linhai University, at a barbecue stall, Ye Xian and Wang Jiaqi were sitting. Wang Jiaqi looked at Feng Jun, who had rushed out, with surprise, unsure of what was happening. Yes, Feng Jun had just been playing basketball at Linhai University. After the game, he asked Feng Rue to go to the barbecue stall and order food while he put the ball in the car. He arrived a little late and saw Feng Rue in a conflict with someone. At first, he didn't think much of it. Them bullying people was a common occurrence. However, when he saw that the person sitting there was Ye Xian, he was terrified. In fact, after returning home, he had told his father, Feng Han, about this matter. Upon hearing that Ye Xian had some connection with Lei Bin, Feng Hanshan's reaction was different from the Liu family's. The Liu family wanted to go to Hanyu Group to confront them, but Feng Han didn't dare to provoke Lei Bin. Feng Jun was beaten by Feng Han and was told to go to Hanyu Group on Monday to apologize to Ye Xian. Now, before he could apologize, Feng Rue was about to hit Ye Xian with a stool. He thought of Liu Bai, who had attacked Ye Xian before, and knew that if Feng Rue made a move, the consequences would probably be no less severe than Liu Bai's. He quickly stepped forward to stop him. Feng Rue quickly apologized to Ye Xian. Feng Rue was stunned. He looked at Ye Xian and said, Brother, are you crazy? You actually want me to apologize to this idiot? How can you be so cowardly? Slap! Hearing his words, Feng Jun slapped him across the face and then quickly apologized to Ye Xian with a smile. Ye Xian, my younger brother is ignorant and doesn't know what to say. Please don't take it to heart. Ye Xian looked at the two brothers with a smile, saying nothing. Feng Jun's expression changed slightly, and then he whispered something in Feng Rui's ear. Feng Rui's face was shocked. He is Exin. Feng Jun nodded and said, so apologize quickly, don't fucking talk back. We'll settle the score later. Don't provoke him now. Although it was noisy, and the two spoke softly to each other, Exin still heard them clearly. Exin smiled slightly in his heart, not paying much attention. Around them, many Linhai University students were watching. Feng Rui's face didn't look good, but he quickly said, Exin, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you just now. I was too impulsive. I hope you won't hold it against me. Exin waved his hand and said, so much trouble just for some barbecue. Go somewhere else if you're not happy. The surrounding Linhai University students who were watching were stunned. Who was Feng Rui? The little tyrant of Linhai University. He didn't even care much about the school's teachers or principal, and now he was actually apologizing to Exin. Moreover, the ordinarily dressed Exin, sitting there, looked impatient. They couldn't help but wonder who Exin really was. Of course, no one answered them. After apologizing, Feng Rui heard the surrounding discussions and felt that he couldn't stay here any longer, fleeing as he pulled Feng Jun away. At this time, the barbecue was also brought to the table. Exin and Wang Jiaqi didn't pay much attention and ate on their own. The farce was over, and the onlookers dispersed. After everyone left, Wang Jiaqi looked at Exin and asked suspiciously, Exin, what do you do? Why is that Feng Jun afraid of you? These two brothers are notorious villains in Linhai. Their family used to have a gangster background. Why are they afraid of you? Saying this, Wang Jiaqi smiled and said, tell me quickly, why are they afraid of you? Eat. Exin wanted to brush it off. Wang Jiaqi's eyes lit up slightly. She looked around and then whispered, you're not from the underground, are you? Exin was surprised that Wang Jiaqi actually knew about the underground's existence, but he showed a blank expression on his face and said, what underground? Tisk, boring. Wang Jiaqi pouted. After they finished eating, Wang Jiaqi went to pay the bill and said, let's go. Want to walk around the school? Exin looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. He shook his head and said, forget it, I should go home. If it weren't for someone constantly following them, Exin wouldn't mind walking around the school with her for a while, but he really couldn't stand the feeling of being followed. In fact, from the moment they left the residential area, Exin had sensed that someone was following them. He guessed that it was someone the Wang family sent to protect Wang Jiaqi, so he didn't say anything. But he didn't like the feeling of someone watching his back. All right, then I'll go back too. We're going to be neighbors from now on, so let's add each other on WeChat. Let's get together for barbecue sometime. And invite Qin Fei too, Wang Jiaqi said with a grin. Exin nodded, added her on WeChat, and after watching Wang Jiaqi leave, he didn't go home. Instead, he took out his phone and called Huang Shiqi. He had to tell number 2 about the possibility of the hermit appearing in Linhai. The call quickly connected. The other end was noisy, and Huang Shiqi's voice came through. What's up? Where are you? I need to talk to you, Exin said. I'm at the Flowing Fire Bar, Huang Shiqi said. I'll be right there. Exin nodded. Soon he arrived at the Flowing Fire Bar. This was his 3rd time here. This time no one blocked the entrance and he walked into the bar. Inside, the lights flashed and loud music constantly blared. Exin reached the entrance and looked around. He quickly spotted Huang Shiqi. Beside her were 2 men holding wine glasses. Exin frowned slightly, silently sweating for those 2 men. Beautiful, have a drink with us, or add us on WeChat. Exin quickly walked over and patted their shoulders. The 2 men turned around, frowned upon seeing Exin, and said, something wrong? Nothing, just stay away from my woman. Exin smiled at them. Saying that, he put his arm around Huang Shiqi's waist, and Huang Shiqi naturally leaned against him. The 2 men frowned and said, lame. After they left, Exin released Huang Shiqi and smiled. What would you have done if I hadn't come? Beat them up, what else? Huang Shiqi held her glass and said with a grin, what did you need me for? Exin looked around, then called a waiter. We need another booth. They moved to a relatively secluded booth. Exin then frowned and asked, why are you at a bar? Don't you hate these places the most? Is there a target here? Do you need me to take care of it? Small fry, I can handle it myself. What did you want to talk about? Because it was noisy, they had to speak very close to each other. Yi Xen exhaled, glanced around, and then leaned close to Huang Shiqi's ear and said, "The hermit has appeared. He's cooperating with Red Lotus and wants to target a little girl from the Wang family in Linhai." What? Huang Shiqi frowned. Is that true? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Dr. Zhe and the others have also arrived in Linhai. She asked me for your number. Huang Shiqi frowned. You gave them my number? Yes, she probably has something to discuss with you. She might not be completely confident in protecting against the hermit and will probably ask for your help, Yi Xian said. Huang Shiqi calmly said, Before I get my revenge, I won't go back, and I won't have anything to do with anyone from the Night Watch. Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly. He felt that something was strange about Huang Shiqi. He pondered and asked, Number 2, are you hiding something from me? Huang Shiqi's expression flickered as she looked at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of the bar, a window was open. The second floor rooms at Flowing Fire Bar had soundproof windows. With the window open, one could enjoy the atmosphere of the first floor. Closed, it was very quiet inside. And from the second floor, one could see most of the first floor clearly. In this private room were Jiang Wanwan, Bai Yao, and others. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan opened the window and looked down. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, landing on Yi Xen and Huang Shiqi not far away. She saw the two talking intimately, and her brows furrowed involuntarily. This guy, as expected, is a pervert, actually coming here to find girls. Jiang Wanwan pouted and snorted. Seeing Jiang Wanwan muttering to herself, Bai Yao asked, What's wrong? Yi Xian is downstairs cuddling and kissing with a woman. This Yi Xian is really problematic. Jiang Wanwan grumbled. Her words made the girls in the private room curiously stand up and run to the window. Because they were standing by the window, the people below could also see the second floor, which was undoubtedly an extremely beautiful sight. Bai Yao, Zhou Qianqian, Jiang Wanwan, and Qin Xiaowei could all be considered top-notch beauties, and the appearance of these 4 beauties in the bar was enough to drive any man crazy. Whistles sounded from below. Zhou Qianqian clearly saw Yi Xian and Huang Shiqi below. She frowned and said, It's her? Do you know her? Bai Yao asked. Zhou Qianqian pondered for a moment and said, Not really. I handled her business when she came to our bank before. Employees of Xinhai Bank kept the information of diamond card holders confidential. If the diamond card holders didn't want to be exposed, they wouldn't say a word. As for people like Lu Yunshan, who were willing to expose themselves, they weren't within her jurisdiction. Bai Yao frowned slightly and then said, Wanwan, go and invite them up to join us. Jiang Wanwan nodded and said, Okay. Downstairs, Yi Xian looked at Huang Shiqi seriously. Huang Shiqi's behavior truly surprised him. She showed a complete unwillingness to contact anyone from the Night Watchman. She was even a little unhappy that he gave Jiaqi her phone number, which Yi Xian hadn't expected. This wasn't simply not wanting to go back, but rather some kind of resistance to the Night Watchman. Thinking of the hermit who had betrayed the Night Watchman, Yi Xian was a little worried about whether something had happened to her in the past 3 years. So he asked, Are you hiding something from me? Huang Shiqi paused, then wrinkled her nose and said in surprise, No, why would you suddenly ask that? Yi Xian knew Huang Shiqi's character very well. They had joined the Night Watchman at the same time and had been in the same squad for 6 years, until the incident 3 years ago. She wrinkled her nose when she lied. But Yi Xian also knew that she was very stubborn. If she didn't want to say something, she definitely wouldn't. He remembered the surprise on Qin Guoxing's face when he heard that he had found Huang Shiqi. Connecting this to the current situation, whether it was Huang Shiqi or the Night Watchman, they should both be hiding something from him. And since neither Huang Shiqi nor the Night Watchman had told him, it meant that the matter was related to him. He didn't press Huang Shiqi. He knew that if Huang Shiqi didn't want to talk, no matter how much he asked, she wouldn't. I just feel like you're acting a little strange, Yi Xian said. Then he put his hand on Huang Shiqi's shoulder and said, Number 2, remember, no matter what happens, I hope you can tell me. I'm stronger than you. I was the captain of our squad. When we return to the Night Watchman, I will still be your captain, and we will still be the strongest special forces squad of the Night Watchman. So I hope. If you have anything on your mind, you can tell me. I will bear it with you." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Huang Shiqi's eyes glistened with tears. She nodded and said, "I know, but there really is nothing." Just as Yi Xian was about to say something else, a voice sounded behind him. "Yi Xian, what are you saying about Night Watchman? What strongest special forces? What captain?" Yi Xian and Huang Shiqi's pupils constricted almost simultaneously. Yi Xian turned his head abruptly and found Jiang Wanwan standing by the booth at some point, looking at him curiously. "Damn it!" Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The bar was crowded and noisy, and he thought no one would be so bored as to listen to his conversation with Huang Shiqi. He hadn't paid attention to his surroundings just now, but he didn't expect someone to actually be that bored. "Why are you eavesdropping?" Yi Xian touched his nose and said. Jiang Wanwan sat down next to Yi Xian and said, "Bai Yao and I are playing in the private room on the second floor. They saw you and wanted to invite you up to join us. I just came over and thought you were confessing to a girl, so I didn't interrupt." She then widened her eyes and said, "Don't change the subject. Answer my question quickly." Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Jiang Wanwan was extremely curious. Back in Jiangcheng, she had constantly pestered him because she was curious about how he had saved Jiang Zhenan. Of course, that's also how they became familiar with each other. Now that she had heard these things, she wouldn't stop until she got to the bottom of it. Yi Xian's head was pounding. He coughed dryly and said, "Oh, you're overthinking it. Let me introduce you. This is Huang Shiqi, my best friend. We were just talking about the days when we worked night shifts as security guards together. I was the captain of the security team, and she was the best security guard in our team." "Get out of here," Jiang Wanwan said. "Yi Xian, I find you're really talking nonsense. This beautiful lady can handle business at Xinhai Bank, and she would go be a security guard with you? What's wrong with experiencing life?" Yi Xian touched his nose. "Tell me quickly." Jiang Wanwan tugged at Yi Xian's arm. "Please just tell me. Who are you really? You're always so mysterious. Is there anything you can't say?" Yi Xian's head was about to explode. He quickly changed the subject. "Didn't Bai Yao and the others call us up to play? Let's go up." As he said that, he pulled Jiang Wanwan up, and Jiang Wanwan clung tightly to his arm as if hanging on him, saying, "I'm not going up. Explain yourself first, I beg you." Beside them, Huang Shiqi couldn't help but smile at this scene. Then she also stood up and followed Yi Xian upstairs. Some men in the bar saw Yi Xian with two beautiful women, especially with one hanging on him, and their faces were filled with envy. Soon, they reached the second floor. Yi Xian asked, "Which private room?" "I won't tell you. Tell me what you meant just now." Jiang Wanwan let go of Yi Xian's arm and pouted. "If you don't tell me, then I'll leave." Yi Xian shrugged and pretended to walk downstairs. Yi Xian. Just then, the door of a private room suddenly opened, and Qin Xiaowei poked her head out and said, "We're here." Yi Xian hadn't seen Qin Xiaowei for a long time, and he smiled and walked over. Jiang Wanwan stomped her foot in frustration and followed him into the private room. The private room was extremely quiet, with many fruit platters and other things. The windows were closed, and there was no sound inside. It was a karaoke-style room where they could sing. Bai Yao looked at Huang Shiqi beside Yi Xian, frowned slightly, and then said to Yi Xian, "Thank you for the Zhou Rue matter." She knew that Yi Xian was the reason her engagement with Zhou Rue had been postponed. And now, the Bai family's choice was to seek the Yi family and abandon the Zhou family, which also meant that her engagement with Zhou Rue was over. After a brief introduction, they sat down on the sofa. Just as they sat down, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Bai Qi walked in with a bottle of wine, saying, "Ladies, I brought you." As soon as he said this, he saw Yi Xian. Anger instantly surged on his face as he said, "Yi Xian, you dare to come here?" Bai Yao frowned and said, "Brother, don't be angry. Wanwan and the others are his friends. It's okay for him to come and play." Bai Qi frowned and said, "This guy is a rapist, Wanwan. Stay away from this kind of person." He stared at Yi Xian and said, "Get out of here, or I won't be polite to you." Anger flickered across Huang Shiqi's face. Yi Xian smiled at him, then stood up and said, Bai Qi, some things aren't what they seem. I've said it before. I was framed back then. Framed? The evidence and witnesses are all there. Who framed you? Was that video fake? Bai Qi snorted coldly. Fake or not, you'll know on Saturday. Yi Xian said calmly. Also, let me tell you something. Don't put the hope of your family's continuation on the Yi family. The Yi family will soon have enough to worry about themselves. The Yi family will have enough to worry about themselves? Bai Qi said disdainfully. The Yi family is huge and powerful. How could they have enough to worry about themselves? Just because you, Yi Xian, returned to Linhai? Yi Xian raised his head and smiled faintly at him. Yes, just because of me. Yes, it's me. Yi Xian touched his nose and looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi was slightly stunned at first. Then a look of disdain spread across his face as he said, This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. You? What makes you think you can keep the Yi family occupied? Is it your father, who has no real power in the vast universe group? Or is it you, fresh out of prison? Yi Xian smiled and said indifferently, You'll know on Monday. I'm just reminding you, if you have a brain, go and see what industries your family has conflicts with the Yi family, and find a way to seize their market share in the next week. These markets should be enough for your Bai family to survive this crisis. Having said this, Yi Xian added faintly, In the next week, Linhai will be reshuffled. This was also a reminder from Yi Xian. He didn't have much hatred for the Bai family. From the information revealed by Yi Heng, Bai Xian was also one of the victims. The Bai family wasn't involved in the incident at the beginning, and everything they did later was only because Bai Xian was drugged and raped. Listening to Yi Xian's confident tone, Bai Qi still didn't believe him. The Yi family's current status in Linhai might not be as good as the Lu family's, but in terms of business, they were extremely large. Wanting to move against them, and within a week, was almost impossible. You're good at bragging. Bai Qi sneered. Seriously, Yi Xian, how can you even say such things? Beside him, Bai Yao pursed her lips and said, Brother, Yi Xian has a new Ocean Bank diamond card. Bai Qi was startled. He subconsciously looked at Bai Yao, and then at Zhou Cixi. Zhou Cixi nodded at him. Bai Qi looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Even if he does, so what? The Yi family doesn't rely that much on New Ocean Bank, and their business dealings with them are limited. Yi Xian waved his hand. I don't want to prove anything to you. It's your Bai family's business anyway. If I were you, I wouldn't be arguing with me here, but would go back and check my company's business to see how much conflicts with the Yi family. As for the rest, we'll see on Monday. Bai Qi's face flickered with uncertainty. At this time, Bai Yao looked at him and said, Brother, just trust Yi Xian. He really will do it. He said before that he would make it impossible for Zhou Rue to hold the engagement banquet with me. And the next day, the Zhou family encountered big trouble. Did Yi Xian cause the Zhou family's downfall? Bai Qi asked, his gaze fixed. Bai Yao nodded. This time, Bai Qi was truly shocked. He knew about the Zhou family's downfall. Thinking back carefully, it was New Ocean Bank that had joined several other banks to suddenly target the Zhou family, and the vast universe group had also followed closely behind, competing for projects. If it was really Yi Xian who made the move, then it wasn't impossible for him to target the Yi family now. The most crucial thing was that the vast universe group, a company that also held significant weight in Linhai, was involved. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian, finding him calmly sitting on the sofa without saying much. His face darkened slightly, and then he turned and walked out. Indeed, such a combination might not completely destroy the Yi family, but taking a bite out of them was inevitable. He didn't even have time to ask Yi Xian how he managed to get the vast universe group involved. Just as Yi Xian had said, he had to hurry up and confirm where he could strike. After he left, Bai Yao walked towards Yi Xian, pursed her lips, and asked, Will the truth about what happened back then really come to light? Yi Xian nodded. The Yi family's year-end summary is on Saturday. Your family should have received an invitation, right? The Yi family's year-end summary is chosen to be in June, and they will invite most of Linhai's prominent families. I will prove it then and there. Beside them, Qin Xiaowei and Jiang Wanwan looked at Exin in shock. When they met Exin, he was still making a living by carrying bricks in Jiangcheng. Now he suddenly told them that he was going to take action against the Yi family, a wealthy family in Linhai. How long had it been? Exin had always been mysterious to them, but the more they interacted with him, the less they understood him. He only became more enigmatic. What kind of person was this? Someone who idled around all day, dressed like a damn loser, and was going to take action against the wealthy Yi family. This huge contrast brought them too much shock. Qin Xiaowei exhaled. She looked at Exin, her gaze gradually becoming firm. Bai Yao looked at Exin with some confusion. Compared to 9 years ago, the change he brought to her was too great. And Jiang Wanwan sat there, clenching her teeth and glaring at Exin. She was becoming more and more curious about him. The group played in the bar until the early hours of the morning before going their separate ways. The next day, Exin didn't go out but stayed at home and spent the day with his parents. Monday morning, as usual, he was woken up by Yi Jingyan, who drove him to the Vast Universe Group. At the same time, in the president's office of the Vast Universe Group, a girl with short hair was standing inside. She slammed a bright blue bank card on Lei Bin's desk and said, "Uncle Lei, my grandfather said that Exin is your man. He beat up my brother now, and we need an explanation." Lei Bin curled his lip and said, "What explanation does he need? Go back and tell your grandfather there is no explanation. And tell him to discipline his grandson properly, so others don't have to do it for him. My grandfather said if you don't make Exin apologize to my brother, he will use the authority of this card to have New Ocean Bank sanction you." Lu Xingyu glared. Lei Bin shrugged indifferently. "Go back and tell that old man of yours not to pull this with me. It's useless. If he wants New Ocean Bank to sanction us, let him. Let's see if New Ocean Bank listens to him." "You!" Lu Xingyu glared. "You what, you little brat?" Lei Bin glanced at her. "Go play somewhere else? I'll be very busy today and don't have time to waste with you." He picked up a large stack of documents in his hand and said, "If you want to stay here, stay here. I'm going to a meeting." With that, he pushed open the door and walked out. Lu Xingyu was stunned. She never expected that Lei Bin wouldn't be afraid even when she brought the bank card. She snorted, picked up the card from the table, and walked downstairs. "I hope you can still be so tough when my grandfather comes." Walking to the entrance of the Vast Universe Group, she happened to see Exin yawning and waiting for a taxi. Lu Xingyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Exin?" Saying that, she licked her lips and walked towards him. At the same time, at the Yi family's Linhai headquarters in a huge office building, there was a large office. At this moment, Yi Zhongheng was sitting inside, and Yi Zikin was standing opposite him, frowning and saying, "It's 9:30 now, and Yi Heng hasn't come to the company." "What?" Yi Zhongheng frowned. "He seems to have disappeared into thin air." Yi Zikin said, "He's probably in trouble." "What about Yi Exing?" Yi Zhongheng asked. "I have people watching him at the Vast Universe Group. They've seen him." Yi Zikin said, "He's perfectly fine. It's probably the assassin Yi Heng hired that had a problem." Yi Zhongheng stood up, took off his glasses, and frowned slightly. "Ring, ring, ring." As they were talking, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He glanced at Yi Zikin and then answered the phone. "Hello, Chairman." An urgent voice came from the phone. "New Ocean Bank, along with several other banks, have simultaneously terminated their cooperation with us and are urging us to repay our debts." Yi Zhongheng frowned. "What's going on?" "I don't know. They called as soon as I got to work this morning." The voice on the other end said, "All right, quickly communicate with New Ocean Bank and ask what's going on. I have to organize the morning meeting," Yi Zhongheng said. After he hung up, the phone rang again. "Hello." He answered the phone again. "Chairman, it's bad. The Vast Universe Group suddenly made a move on several projects we're competing for, raising prices. At the same time, their competing clothing and jewelry businesses have suddenly started to cut prices across the board. They want to start a price war with us." An anxious voice came from the phone. "Why so suddenly?" Yi Zhongheng's heart lurched, and a sense of unease suddenly arose. "I don't know," the voice on the other end said. "Summarize the information and report it to me at the morning meeting," Yi Zhongheng said in a calm tone. Having been in charge of the Yi family for many years, he had faced many business problems. Although he felt uneasy, he wouldn't lose his composure. He hung up the phone, and it rang again. Then, one call after another rang. With each ring, the solemnity on his face deepened. Inside the Yi family's headquarters, the company's executives began to gather in the conference room. Most of the top brass were Yi family members. In this family-run business, climbing to the top was impossible for anyone outside the family. They had all received calls summoning them to an immediate emergency meeting. It wasn't the usual Monday meeting. This was an emergency. In the chairman's office, Yi Zhongheng's hands trembled slightly. Ring, ring, ring. The phone on his desk continued to blare, but this time, Yi Zhongheng didn't answer. Initially, he'd remained calm. The business world was a battlefield, and he'd encountered such emergencies before. But call after call came in, and by the 10th, he was near a breakdown. All of them targeted the Yi family, a sweeping conspiracy seemingly unfolding, impacting every sector of their business, erupting not just in Linhai but everywhere. Even the seasoned Yi Zhongheng was caught off guard. Beside him, Yi Zikin was also stunned. They no longer had the energy to worry about Yi Heng. A heavy sense of foreboding filled Yi Zikin's heart. Could it be Lei Bin behind this? He's always resented us for some reason, Yi Zikin said. We've had friction and competition before, and he even took Yi Jing'an into his own company after we expelled him. Yi Zhongheng's face darkened. Quickly call him. Yi Zikin nodded, pulled out his phone, found Lei Bin's number, and dialed. The call connected quickly, and Lei Bin's voice rang out. Yo, young Master Yi, I'm in a meeting. What's up, Mr. Lei? Why are you suddenly attacking us like this? A price war benefits no one, Yi Zikin said. I like it. Lei Bin's voice came back. What's it to you? We have too much money at Hanyu Group, burning some for fun, so what? Yi Zikin. Can I come to your company to discuss this properly? Yi Zikin asked quickly. Nothing to discuss. This is a fight to the death, Lei Bin said, then hung up. Yi Zikin's face changed slightly. He hung up. Yi Zhongheng's face darkened to its extreme. He exhaled and said, let's go to the conference room and think of a way to deal with this. While Yi Xian's actions were throwing the Yi family into chaos, he was standing by the roadside, yawning and waiting for a taxi. You're Yi Xian, right? A cold voice suddenly sounded beside him. Yi Xian turned to see a slightly tanned woman walking towards him. And you are? Yi Xian looked at her suspiciously. I'm Lu Xingyu, Lu Bai's sister, she said flatly. Yi Xian looked at her in surprise. Is something the matter? You still ask. Lu Xingyu glared. My brother was beaten by you, wasn't he? He attacked me first? I was just defending myself, Yi Xian said, glancing at her. He found there wasn't much to see. Her appearance was decent, her figure well-proportioned, a comfortable kind of beauty, but her skin wasn't great, and she lacked Qin Xiaowei's fiery allure. Self-defense? He's from the Lu family. No matter the reason, you have to give us an explanation for hitting someone from the Lu family. Lu Xingyu pulled out the diamond card. You work at Hanyu Group, right? You should know this card. Come with me to our house now and apologize to my brother. Otherwise, your company might suffer great losses. Yiqin chucked it. They attacked me first, and I'm not allowed to fight back? What kind of logic is that? Think carefully. Lu Xingyu's eyes narrowed. Apologizing is just losing a little face. If you don't go, and Hanyu Group suffers a big loss, you'll probably lose your job, and our family won't let you off. A proper apology would be good for you. Do whatever you want. Yi Xian smiled. An empty taxi pulled up, and he hailed it. Just as he opened the door, Lu Xingyu grabbed it. You must come home with me. If you don't blame me for taking action. Seeing her reach out, Yi Xian was slightly surprised. She was clearly trained. In fact, when Lu Bai had attacked him with the tennis racket, Yi Xian had sensed his strength and technique were superior to an ordinary person's. But he quickly subdued Lu Bai and hadn't given it much thought. Now it seemed the Lu family's high status in Linhai stemmed from this. Darky, don't go too far, Yi Xian said, looking at Lu Xingyu. Lu Xingyu froze. Then her eyes nearly spit fire. Who are you calling Darky? Staring at Yi Xian, she said, you were able to subdue my brother so easily. I'd like to see what you're capable of. You're coming with me today." Her hand on the car door suddenly formed a fist, and with a swift, unexpected move, she swung at Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, dodged slightly, and with his right hand, swiftly tapped Lu Xingyu's back. She lost her balance and stumbled forward. By the time she recovered, Yi Xian had already settled into the taxi and closed the door. "Drive!" Watching the car drive away, Lu Xingyu stamped her foot. "That damn guy!" This time, Yi Xian didn't go to Zhou Qianqian's place, but headed to Jiaqi. After explaining things to his family, he would move in with her. After a while, Yi Xian noticed a girl in a long black dress, clutching a small suitcase, walking down the street, wiping away tears. It was Chen Fei, the girl he met at the bar when he returned to Linhai. They'd bumped into each other a few times since and had added each other on WeChat, but they hadn't really chatted. "Stop, I'll get off here," Yi Xian told the driver. The driver stopped without a word. Yi Xian paid and got out, walking towards Chen Fei, keeping pace beside her. She seemed oblivious to her surroundings, continuing to walk and wipe her tears. Yi Xian glanced at the suitcase in her hand. It seemed to be filled with books and similar items. After a minute or two, Chen Fei finally sensed something amiss. She turned and, seeing Yi Xian, paused slightly. "When did you get here? Just notice me?" Jiaqi simulate. "What's going on?" Chen Fei tried to control her emotions and then gave a bitter laugh. "I was fired from the school." Yi Xian was surprised. It was rare for teachers to be fired unless they committed some serious offense. It was considered an iron rice bowl job. "What happened?" Yi Xian asked. "Because of Zhouji," Chen Fei sighed. "He kept trying to get back together with me, and when I refused, he started harassing my family and then kept harassing me at school, causing a lot of trouble for the school as well." Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly. "Zhouji, is that excessive? Why were you with him in the first place?" "I shouldn't have agreed to date him in the first place. My cousin works at his company, and I went to see him once to deliver something. He saw me, got my WeChat contact from my cousin, and started pursuing me," Chen Fei explained. "I was at the age where I should be getting married, and my parents thought Zhouji's family background was good. He managed a company, had a high income, so they told me to give it a try." Jiaqi. As expected, in this era, most parents judged a person based on their family background. At first, he was pretty good to me, but he always tried to trick me into spending the night with him outside. I felt it was too fast, so I wasn't very willing. Then I found him being intimate with another woman in his car, so I broke up with him. "That was the day I met you at the bar," Chen Fei said. Yi Xian paused, then remembered the day he ran into Chen Fei at the Streamfire bar. As Chen Fei spoke, her emotions surged, and the box in her hands became unsteady. Yi Xian quickly took it from her. He felt a little sheepish. After understanding how Chen Fei and Zhouji got together, he realized he had misjudged her. He had previously thought she wasn't a good person. After all, she was with someone like Zhouji. Later, when Chen Fei defended that flatbread shop, he looked at her with a little more respect, but didn't think much of it, nor did he think they'd have any further interaction. Chen Fei continued. "It's too late for regrets now. Since I broke up with him, my family has been urging me to get back together. My cousin lost his job because of me and is still very upset. My parents have been harassed constantly. They were even injured while walking the dog 2 days ago. I'm not rich. I studied hard, got my teaching certificate, and became a teacher. Now I've even lost that job. I don't even know how to tell my parents." She wiped her tears and crouched down. Looking at Chen Fei, Yi Xian felt a flicker of helplessness. He had experienced this feeling even more intensely. 9 years ago, he was in the same position. Several wealthy families had targeted him, and he didn't even have a chance to defend himself. He was only 18 years old then. The feeling of powerlessness and despair wasn't something Chen Fei could compare to. Looking at Chen Fei squatting on the ground, Yi Xian touched his nose. He did have some sort of connection with her. Perhaps helping her wouldn't be a big deal. Chen Fei stood up after a while. Without makeup, she was still very beautiful. Wiping her tears, she looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian can. Can you walk me home? I'm afraid Zhou Ji will block me again. He's been intercepting me on my way home every day. Yi Qin nodded. No problem. He carried the box for her and walked towards her home. Chen Fei didn't live with her parents. Her family home was too far from the school because of her work, so she rented a place nearby. Soon, they reached the entrance of the complex. Chen Fei hesitated. Can you come up with me? I'm worried he'll be waiting downstairs or at my door. Okay, Yi Xian agreed. Along the way, they didn't encounter Zhou Ji. It wasn't until they reached the bottom of Chen Fei's building that Yi Xian saw him in the distance. Zhou Ji and a few others were sitting on a bench, chatting and laughing. They naturally saw Yi Xian and Chen Fei. Zhou Ji's expression darkened. He walked over and asked, Yi Xian, why are you everywhere? Yi Xian looked at him. After you broke up, you harassed her every day, harassed her family, and caused her to lose her job, right? What's it to you? Zhou Ji glanced at Yi Xian disdainfully. He didn't know about Yi Xian's current situation. After the class reunion, they hadn't seen each other again. He didn't even know about Sun Su and Su when being fired from Hanyu Group. For Sun Su and Su when it was too embarrassing. They were fired by Jiang Wanwan, someone they completely looked down on. If word got out, they would be mocked to death by their classmates. In Zhou Ji's eyes, Yi Xian was still that just-released rapist, nothing more. Just righting a wrong, Yi Xian said, looking at him calmly. So what if I did? Zhou Ji sneered. What? Are you going to stand up for her? Are you even worthy? Yi Xian, I've disliked you since school. Back then you were still part of the Yi family. But what are you now? You're nothing. Stop putting on airs in front of me. And no matter how you met Chen Fei, stay away from her. As he spoke, the people behind him moved closer. Zhou Ji sneered. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Beat him up. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Xian drop the box and raise his hand. A slap landed directly on his face. Zhou Ji's face burned with pain. Rage surged within him. He glared. You fucking dare hit me? As the men behind him were about to rush forward, Yi Xian's left hand shot out, grabbing Zhou Ji. Another punch landed squarely on Zhou Ji's face, right in the nose. Zhou Ji saw stars. His nose was caved in, and blood and tears flowed. Bisi de Yikin, Chen Fei covered her mouth. She hadn't expected him to just attack Zhou Ji without a word. Seeing Zhou Ji's miserable state, she felt a sense of release. She had been driven almost mad by him recently. Someone behind Zhou Ji came to help. As he rushed forward, Yi Xian glanced at him and kicked. These ordinary people were no match for Yi Xian. With just one kick, the man flew 4 or 5 meters away, landing on the ground with a wail. The remaining men didn't dare approach. They stood frozen in fear. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Ji and slapped him again. 2 slaps completely swelled Zhou Ji's face. Blood spurted from his nose, eyes, and mouth, mixed with a few broken teeth, landing on the ground. He glared at Yi Xian, roaring, Yi Xian, I'll fucking kill you. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. You. Go and beat him. Beat him to death. Slap. Slap. Before he could finish, Yi Xian slapped him twice more. This was the first time Yi Xian had been this ruthless with ordinary people since regaining his memory. Zhou Ji's face was beaten beyond recognition. He was also terrified. Seeing Yi Xian raise his hand again, he was horrified. Stop! Just then a shout rang out. Yi Xian turned and saw several security guards rushing over, batons in hand, pointing at him. Yi Xian frowned, released Zhou Ji, and kicked him to the ground. He said calmly, Don't harass Chen Fei and her family again, or you won't get off so lightly. The people Zhou Ji brought were cursing inwardly. Zhou Ji was beaten to a pulp, and he called that getting off lightly. A property manager rushed out from the crowd. He helped Zhou Ji up. Mr. Zhou, are you okay, Mr. Zhou? Chen Fei hurried to Yi Xian's side. The property management in our complex is Zhou Ji's company. He manages the property department of the Zhou family business. Yi Xian's heart stirred. No wonder Zhou Ji could cause trouble in the complex repeatedly and still swagger around. The property management belonged to his company. Zhou struggled to his feet, spitting out blood. He was furious. Xin had actually hit him. He was seething with rage, and the arrival of the property staff gave him some confidence. Xin, I'll fucking kill you this time. You'll spend the rest of your life in jail. You go and beat him. Beat him too. Xin cut him off. He touched his nose. Seems like the lesson wasn't enough. Huh. Everyone was stunned. In the next instant, Xin darted forward and kicked Zhou in the chest. Bah! Zhou flew again, 4 or 5 meters away, crashing heavily onto the lawn. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the security guards. Anyone fucking dare move and see what happens. In that instant, Xin's zero aura exploded. Everyone felt a suffocating fear. No one dared to move. They stared at Xin in terror. Xin turned, picked up the box, and said to the stunned Chen Fei, "Let's go." Chen Fei lived in a small studio apartment. She sat on the sofa, a conflicted expression on her face, glancing towards the bathroom from time to time. Inside, Xin was washing his hands. They were stained with blood from the fight with Zhou. After the brief rush of satisfaction and release of hatred, worry crept onto Chen Fei's face. In her eyes, Zhou was a powerful and influential man. He managed a property company and had the backing of the formidable Zhou family, someone she couldn't afford to offend. She didn't know who Xin was, but judging from Zhou's words, he was just an ex-convict with no background. She worried that Zhou would retaliate, or as he had threatened, sue Xin and send him back to prison for life. When Xin came out, Chen Fei pursed her lips and said, "Xin, thank you, but what if Zhou really sues you?" "It's fine, let him sue." Xin shrugged indifferently. "It won't affect me. As long as your family is willing to testify that he harassed you, I won't have any problems." He looked at Qin Fei and asked, "What about you? After this lesson, Zhou probably won't dare to harass you anymore. What are you going to do? Go back to school?" Qin Fei hesitated. "I don't want to go back. This incident has disheartened me. After yesterday's notice, I submitted my resume online. I have an interview at 11 o'clock. I can't earn much at school anyway. Might as well work for a big company." Jiaqi nodded. That was an option. He thought for a moment and asked, "Which company?" "Huanyu Group. I'm interviewing for an administrative position." "It should be no problem," Chen Fei said. Xin was taken aback. He touched his nose and said, "All right, then I wish you success. If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Although he was relatively familiar with Chen Meixian, it wasn't to the extent where he could just get someone hired. If it were Huanyu Group, he could have put in a word since it was his own company. Chen Fei nodded, then hesitated again. "Xin, after my interview, can I treat you to a meal sometime? I want to thank you properly." Xin turned and smiled at her. "Sure." Chen Fei blushed. "Then I'll call you." Xin nodded and left. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, his phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and answered, "Hello." Silence. "Speak," Xin prompted again. More silence. Exasperated, Xin said, "Are you crazy?" He was about to hang up when a hoarse voice suddenly came from the phone. "0." Xin's expression changed, his tone turning icy. "Who is this?" Silence again, as if the person on the other end was thinking. After a long pause, the voice said, "The hermit." This day was destined to be an extraordinary one for Linhai. The Yi family was in chaos and anxiety. The stock prices of almost all their listed companies were plummeting. In just one morning, the Yi family's total market value had evaporated by tens of billions. At the Bai family headquarters, Bai Qi sat in his office, watching the stock market on his phone, his face a mixture of excitement and shock. Yes, others didn't know what caused the current chaos in the Yi family, but he did. Xin had actually done it, taking a huge bite out of the Yi family. And this was only Monday. Who knew how much more would be lost before the Yi family's year-end summary? Because he had prepared in advance and joined the fray, he was likely to be the first beneficiary of the Yi family's turmoil. He was both excited and shocked. He couldn't understand how Xin, after 9 years in prison, had managed to do this. Xin, opposite him, Bai Qi sat with a melancholic expression, murmuring his name. Did he really say he would prove his innocence at the Yi family's year-end summary on Saturday? She asked Bai Qi, looking up. Bai Qi nodded. That's what he said. Bai Qi pursed her lips and exhaled. Then I'll go too. Give me a ticket. Meanwhile, at the Liu family residence in Linhai, Liu Xingyu stormed into her home, fuming. The Liu family didn't live in a modern building, but in a large courtyard house, though the interior was modernly furnished. The sprawling courtyard, located in Linhai, was worth several billion. Inside the courtyard was a huge room, called the training room. Liu Xingyu marched into the training room, still cursing. Inside, Liu Yinshan sat cross-legged. Hearing the footsteps, he opened his eyes and looked at Liu Xingyu. Did you get it done? No. Liu Xingyu said. That Laban said he didn't care. Liu Yinshan raised an eyebrow. He really said that? Yes. I even ran into that Xin at the Hanyu Group building. That jerk. He called me Blackie. Liu Xingyu was furious. You should have beaten him up and dragged him here. Liu Bai's voice came from the doorway. Liu Yinshan waved his hand. Since Laban won't give me face, I won't give him face either. Bring me my phone. Someone quickly brought him a phone. Liu Yinshan found a number and dialed. A voice answered. Hello, Elder Liu. What can I do for you? Liu Yinshan sighed. Huang Liang, I've never used this diamond card since I received it from your grandfather. But this time, I need to trouble you for a small favor. Please speak, Huang Liang replied quickly. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely help you. It's like this. Liu Bai was beaten up by someone named Xin, who works for Laban. I want this Xin to apologize to my grandson, but Laban refused. I was wondering if you could put some pressure on Hanyu Group. Of course, there's no need to completely fall out. Just make the Xin come to our house and apologize. Beside him, a sneer appeared on Liu Bai's usually aloof face. He could already picture Xin groveling before him. He was already thinking about how to deal with Xin to vent his anger. Just then, Huang Liang's voice came from the phone. Elder Liu, anything else is fine, but I'm afraid I can't help with this. Liu Yinshan frowned. Why? I can't disclose the specific reason, but I really can't help with this matter, Huang Liang said. Beside him, Liu Xingyu and Liu Bai, who had also heard the conversation, stood there stunned. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Chen Fei's apartment complex, Xin held the phone to his ear, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He remained silent, as did the person on the other end. Silence hung heavy in the air. After a moment, Xin licked his lips. You're in Linhai, right? Come out and fight. A fight? There's no need, the hoarse voice replied. Besides, you can't beat me. However, meeting up is possible. I want to chat with you, chat about the night watch. The hoarse voice continued. Jianxing. Xin touched his nose and said, I don't mind chatting, but I can't listen to you saying I can't beat you. Xin licked his lips and said, stop bragging on the phone. If you have the guts, let's meet in person. We'll see if I can hack you to death. Jianxing's hoarse voice rang out. Xin, do you really think the night watchmen are that great? Have you ever thought about why the operation 3 years ago, with you, number 2, and number 7, which was supposed to be so secretive, ended up surrounded by Red Lotus and other forces? Trying to sow discord, huh? Xin said with a smile. Jianxing, I'm not like you. This rhetoric of yours is useless. Don't bullshit me. How about we pick a place and fight it out? Jianxing was silent for a moment. Then he spoke again. I'm not trying to sow discord, and I don't consider myself a traitor to the Night Watchman. It's just a different path. You understand it as betrayal. Blood Lotus isn't wrong either. They think submission is a way out. Including Voyager, they're not wrong either. Again, it's just a different path. Xin scoffed and said, Really? Then let's pick a place and talk properly. I don't think we can make things clear over the phone. Let's talk when we have the chance. We will meet. Jianxing's hoarse voice rang out. Beep, beep, beep. He hung up the phone. Xin sneered and quickly dialed Jiaqi number. Jianxing just called me. Track his location quickly. You won't find him. Jiaqi interrupted him directly. Jianxing wouldn't give you that opportunity. What did he say to you? He said he wanted to talk to me, trying to drive a wedge between me and the night watchman. Xin said, "It should be a test to see where I stand, to see if he can pull me to his side." Yu was silent, then asked, "What did you say?" "Without the night watchman, I'd probably still be in prison, never to get out," Xin said with a smile. "Besides, the night watchmen have my beloved Dr. Yu sneered. "You love a lot of women." "Nonsense. You're the only one in my heart. Heaven and earth can testify, Dr. Really, we're not young anymore. Let's have a good relationship, then get married and have a child, so that if we die in battle, we can leave behind an heir. I'm telling the truth." Beep, beep, beep. Yu hung up directly. Xin touched his nose and put away his phone. Then he planned to hail a cab and continue to look for Ming Xiaonan and Yu. The next 2 days passed quite peacefully for Xin. During the day, he went to work with his father, then slipped away to Yu's place to sleep. They had emptied a room for him, so he didn't have to sleep on the sofa anymore. Then he would slowly stroll home in the evening. Occasionally, he would secretly follow Wang Jiaqi, providing her with some protection. During this time, neither Wang Jiaqi nor the experts around her ever discovered him. Fortunately, Jianxing didn't seem to be planning anything. His whereabouts remained unknown, and it wasn't even clear if he was still in Linhai. More than 3 days passed in a flash, and it was Thursday evening. As usual, Xin enjoyed Yu's cooking at her home, and after she and Ming Xiaonan left for their mission, he slowly strolled home. Arriving home, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa and greeted them. "Mom and Dad, I'm going back to my room." "Hold on," Chao Yin said. "Xin, are you lying to your father and me again?" "Again? Why use the word again?" Xin said helplessly. Yi Jing'an looked at Xin and asked, "Recently, there has been a big incident in the company. Do you know?" "Oh?" Xin looked at Yi Jing'an in surprise. "What happened?" Yi Jing'an looked at Xin and said, "The company has taken action against the Yi family, and it's a fight to the death. Recently, the company's stock market has been very volatile, and the losses are quite significant." Xin didn't understand much about business. As for the turmoil in Hanyu Group, he had thought of that. Once they took action against the Yi family, Hanyu Group would naturally be affected. But Xin didn't care. He didn't care much about money. Hanyu Group had 3 shareholders: him, Yu, and Huang Shiqi. He held the majority share, and Yu and Huang Shiqi didn't mind him taking action. "You're talking about the company fighting the Yi family?" Xin touched his nose and said, "I do know about this." Yi Jing'an sighed and said, "The company wouldn't take action against the Yi family for no reason. This is a big loss for the company." Xin, be honest, did you ask CEO Lei to do it? Xin was stunned. "No, I guess CEO Lei just doesn't like the Yi family and wanted to take action." Yi Jing'an gritted his teeth and said, "Xin, I know you have a good relationship with CEO Lei, but CEO Lei has been kind to us. At my most critical moment, he invited me to the company. After you came back, he also gave you face by letting Lu Yu go to the company. The Yi family is huge. If they really fight to the death, Hanyu Group might be completely destroyed. You can't let CEO Lei make such a huge sacrifice just to spite the Yi family and get revenge." Xin looked at Yi Jing'an in astonishment. It turned out that Yi Jing'an was worried about this. "I don't know much about these things." Xin touched his nose and said, "This might be CEO Lei's strategic thinking. How is the Yi family doing these days? Are their losses big?" "The losses are quite significant," Yi Jing'an said. "The market value of all the Yi family's listed companies has shrunk by nearly 1/5, a loss of nearly 100 billion. Mainly, I don't know why, but besides Hanyu Group, there are quite a few others taking action against the Yi family." Watching Yi Jing'an talk eloquently, Xin remembered that his father was once a business genius. Yi Jing'an played a significant role in the rise of the Yi family's clothing industry. "Maybe I can let Lei Bin and my dad talk about these things tomorrow. See if my dad has any ideas," Xin thought to himself. He initially didn't want Yi Jing'an to manage the company because he wanted him to have an easier life, but recently he had felt that Yi Jing'an was quite bored every day. Perhaps having something to do would make Yi Jing'an happier. Chao Yin looked at Xin and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Didn't you say you were going to bring your girlfriend to meet us? Where is she? Are you lying to us?" You just don't want to go on a blind date. I still think that girl is quite good. She's willing to meet you again. What's so good about her? Yi Xian said helplessly. My girlfriend is already in Linhai. I'll bring her to see you tomorrow, okay? That's what you said, Chao Yin said. If you don't bring her back tomorrow, you'll honestly go on a blind date. Yi Xian nodded and returned to his room. He quickly sent a WeChat message to Jiang Wanwan, communicating all the details to avoid being exposed tomorrow. After deciding, he looked at Thursday on his phone and said softly, 2 more days. Yi family. For the past 4 days, Yi Zhongming hadn't slept well for a single day. At this moment, in the Yi family's mansion, almost all the core members of the Yi family were present. In the main seat sat a white-haired old man, the current highest-ranking person in the Yi family, Yi Yongsheng. Yi Yongsheng was already over 80 years old, but as a wealthy man, he was very well maintained and still looked energetic. Apart from his white hair, he looked only in his 60s. He sat there with an air of authority. Beside him sat Yi Zhongheng, and there were also 2 other men. These were the 3 heads of the Yi family's 3 main branches, and also the largest shareholders of the Yi family's various businesses. In addition, there were many middle-aged people in the room, and at the very end were the 3rd generation of the Yi family, Yi Zikan, Yi Huan, Yi Ziyu, and so on. All right, let's begin. At this moment, Yi Yongxing spoke. Zhongheng, tell us first, what exactly is going on with this turmoil? Yi Zhongheng had thick dark circles under his eyes. As the current head of all Yi Corporation businesses, he'd barely slept in the past 4 days, and an overwhelming fatigue clung to him. He'd been desperately negotiating with various companies, discussing countermeasures. But everyone remained firm, showing no signs of relenting. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the Yi family's falling stock prices. Hearing Yi Yongxing call his name, he sighed and glanced at the others. Everyone should know the situation by now. Since Monday, starting with the Hanyu Group and Xanhai Bank, along with several other banks, we've been under a full-scale attack, an encroachment on almost all of our family's industries. We've communicated with many of them, but they've either refused or remained unyielding. He sighed again, and we still don't know the specific reason. The Yi family members fell silent. Yi Zhongheng continued, we don't know how long this will last. Everyone involved is losing money. It's a burn-off right now to see who breaks first. Below, Yi Huan sat calmly, his hand wrapped in bandages. The cut he received from the glass at Hai Di Lao hadn't healed yet. He didn't seem overly concerned about what Yi Zhongheng was saying. He knew he'd never truly inherit the family business. Although he was nominally the second heir, he knew that the real power would definitely go to Yi Zikan. So he remained indifferent, just sitting there, calmly observing. Yi Zhongheng said, our guess is that this is a joint effort orchestrated by the Hanyu Group. There's always been friction between us and them. Some companies we cooperate with have been helping us these past 2 days. Is Lei Bin crazy? To Yi Zhongheng's left, a member of the Yi family's second branch frowned. This doesn't benefit the Hanyu Group at all. Their market value has also been declining recently. I don't know what he's thinking. Ye Zhongheng post. I have a bold theory. Oh. Everyone looked at him. Yi Zhongheng said, I know it's unlikely, but I can't help but think that Lei Bin has some connection to Yi Jinggan, who was expelled from our family. Yi Jinggan works for him, and it was after Lei Bin took control of the Hanyu Group that Yi Jinggan joined them. Recently, Yi Xian, the one who was imprisoned 9 years ago for rape, returned to Linhai and smoothly joined the Hanyu Group as well. He pondered for a moment. So I suspect this matter has something to do with Yi Jinggan and his son. Impossible. Another Yi family member scoffed. We all know what kind of people Yi Jinggan and his son are. Yi Jinggan was decent when he was with our family, but that's all. We know his background clearly. As for that Yi Xian, after 9 years in prison, he probably only got a job at the Hanyu Group through Yi Jinggan's connections. How could Lei Bin risk the entire Hanyu Group for such a father and son? Exactly, another person added. And Lei Bin doesn't have the authority. He doesn't seem to have any shares in the Hanyu Group, does he? That's what we're puzzled about, so it's just speculation, Yi Zhongheng said. Otherwise, I can't think of any reason why Lei Bin would target us. What about Xanhai Bank? Someone else asked. We're completely in the dark there, Yi Zhongheng replied. After this incident, we contacted Huang Liang, but he completely ignored us. Yesterday, we sought help from Old Man Liu of the Liu family, hoping he would use his diamond card privileges to get Xian High Bank to stop targeting us, but they refused. None of the news from Yi Zhongheng was good. As he spoke, everyone's hearts sank. They were all in the same boat as the Yi family. If the Yi family's business shrunk, they would be affected as well. At this moment, Yi Yongxing sighed and said, "In any case, this is the situation. Now we either downsize, abandon some less important industries, sell those off to protect our most important ones, or we fight to the death. But the likely outcome of a death match is mutual destruction. Lei Bin is acting like a mad dog right now, completely reckless. So let's vote." Everyone's expression darkened. But at this juncture, the majority voted to downsize, to abandon some less important assets. All right, the resolution passes. Yi Zhongheng sighed. The second matter is the year-end summary meeting to be held the day after tomorrow. Should we still proceed? The invitations have mostly been sent out. It will proceed as scheduled, Yi Yongxing said calmly. This is the Yi family's image. Let those people in Linhai weigh it carefully. Even in this situation, the Yi family remains as stable as Mount Tai. Another day passed quietly. At 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon, Yi Xian waited downstairs at Zhou Qianqian's apartment for Jiang Wanwan. He had to take Jiang Wanwan to meet his parents and get through this charade. Soon, Yi Xian saw Jiang Wanwan approaching from afar. He couldn't help but stare for a moment. Jiang Wanwan had clearly dressed up. She rarely wore makeup, but today she had light makeup on, her delicate features flawless. She wore a knee-length dress, revealing her slender calves. She carried a bag and 2 small boxes. Seeing Yi Xian, she smiled, walked up to him, twirled, and asked, "How is it? Pretty, right?" Yi Xian swallowed. Very pretty. Don't blow our cover later." "Don't worry," Jiang Wanwan said, handing him the 2 small wooden boxes, then taking his arm. "Let's go see Mom and Dad." "Wow, you're really getting into character," Yi Xian thought, speechless. He took the 2 wooden boxes and frowned. "What are these?" "Gifts for your parents. A necklace for your mom and a watch for your dad." Jiang Wanwan winced slightly. "Cost me tens of thousands. That much?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. Consider it repaying your favor." Jiang Wanwan pouted. "Didn't you say you wanted it to be realistic? Is this grand enough?" Yi Xian smiled. "Definitely." He hailed a cab, and the 2 headed home. When they arrived at his doorstep, Yi Xian paused, a strange expression on his face. He heard quite a few people inside. "Why aren't they here yet?" Yi Jing'an's voice drifted from inside. "Oh, Jing'an, what are you so anxious about? Didn't he just call and say they're on their way?" That was Yi Xian's grandmother's voice. Besides them, Yi Xian also heard Lu Yu, Chao Rong. There were at least 7 or 8 people in the house. He was going crazy. He thought he was just bringing Jiang Wanwan to meet his parents, but he hadn't expected them to bring over most of their relatives. "What's wrong? I'm not shy. Are you getting shy now?" Jiang Wanwan asked, noticing Yi Xian had stopped. Yi Xian looked at her helplessly. "It's a bit much. There seem to be a lot of people in my house." Jiang Wanwan pouted. "So what? I'm not someone to be ashamed of. Just go in confidently." As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan straightened, a gentle smile replacing her playful expression. Her entire demeanor shifted from mischievous to graceful and virtuous. Yi Xian was stunned. The first time he met Jiang Wanwan, she was quiet like an icy goddess. After getting to know her privately, he discovered she was completely different, playful and mischievous. Now, meeting his parents, her demeanor had transformed into gentle elegance. What a waste of talent not to be an actress, Yi Xian thought, then sighed. He led Jiang Wanwan to the door. He unlocked it with his key, and as the door opened, the room fell silent. Everyone inside looked towards the entrance, including Chao Yun, who was busy in the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Wanwan enter, arm in arm with Yi Xian, everyone froze for a moment. "So beautiful," Lu Yu murmured. Yi Xian felt a little apprehensive. Although he had been married before, his marriage to Lin Qingxue had been entirely arranged by Lin Yaowen, with no involvement from him. Bringing a girlfriend to meet his parents was a first. Moreover, this girlfriend was fake. With so many relatives at home, how embarrassing would it be if they were exposed? Looking at the stunned faces around him, Yi Xn felt awkward. Jiang Wanwan, however, appeared composed and elegant. She released Yi Xin's arm and said, "Hello, uncles and aunts. I'm Yi Xin's girlfriend, Jiang Wanwan, from Jiangcheng." She smiled warmly and bowed, the picture of a refined young lady. As she spoke, everyone snapped out of their daze. Chao Yun hurried from the kitchen doorway, saying, "Come sit, come sit." They ignored Yi Xin completely, pulling Jiang Wanwan to sit on the sofa. Chao Rong said, "What a beautiful young lady. Yi Xin is so lucky." Indeed, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Wanwan, completely ignoring Yi Xin. They bombarded her with questions. For Yi Jing'an and his wife, with the stigma Yi Xin carried, finding a girlfriend was difficult enough, let alone someone so beautiful. She also seemed gentle and virtuous, a true lady. Regardless of the future, this first impression left the entire family extremely satisfied. They chatted with Jiang Wanwan, asking her all sorts of questions. Jiang Wanwan didn't show any impatience, answering their questions with a constant smile. She also volunteered that she had graduated from Linhai University and was very familiar with Linhai. Hearing that she was a Linhai University graduate, Yi Jing'an and his wife were even more pleased. A highly educated woman. Ahem. Yi Xin coughed. "Can you guys acknowledge me too?" Lu Yu smiled at Yi Xin. He walked over and handed 2 boxes to his parents. "These are gifts from Wanwan." "Oh, you shouldn't have," Chao Yun said quickly. "Just coming is enough. No need for gifts." Hypocrite, Yi Xin thought. Despite her words, Chao Yun's face was wreathed in a satisfied smile. Jiang Wanwan said, "I'm sorry. Yi Xin told me it was just to meet his parents. I didn't know everyone would be here, so I only brought 2 gifts. I'll make it up next time." "No need, no need," Chao Rong said. "Open them and see." Chao Yun nodded, wiped her hands, and opened the exquisite box she held. Inside, a silver necklace shimmered, a diamond sparkling brilliantly. It was clearly not cheap. "Oh, this is too much," Chao Yun said quickly. "It's fine," Yi Xin said with a smile. "Wanwan is very well off, Mom. Just accept it." Yi Jing'an opened his box to reveal a gold watch. Lu Yu noticed the logo on the box and said, "Cartier?" Many people looked at her. Lu Yu swallowed. "Cartier is a brand. I saw Zhuahao looking at this watch before. It's around 200,000. Everyone gasped. They had thought the necklace was expensive, but hadn't considered how much. Now, knowing the watch was worth 200,000, they assumed Chao Yun's necklace was similarly pricey. Yi Jing'an and his wife were somewhat composed, but for Chao Rong and the others, 200,000 was an astronomical sum, unimaginable. Yi Jing'an quickly closed the box. "This is too much." Jiang Wanwan smiled. "Uncle Annie, this is my gift. You must accept it." Yi Xin nodded. "Yes, Mom and Dad, just accept it. It's nothing to Wanwan. Her father is the richest man in Jiangcheng." Chao Yun and the others nearly fainted. The richest man in Jiangcheng. They didn't know how much money that entailed. But the words richest man were enough to shock them. Yi Xin's plan was to showcase Jiang Wanwan's best qualities, her education and her family background. He wanted his parents to be completely satisfied and stop trying to set him up on blind dates. Jiang Wanwan didn't seem to be showing off. She looked at Yi Jing'an and Chao Yun. "Uncle Annie, please accept them. After all, we'll be family soon." "It's nothing." By the end, she seemed a little shy, her face slightly flushed. Hearing this, Yi Jing'an and his wife couldn't refuse and accepted the gifts. Chao Yun looked at Yi Xin. "I'll go cook. It'll be ready soon. You guys sit for a while. Lu Yu, chat with Wanwan." And so, Yi Xin was ignored once again. His grandmother held Jiang Wanwan's hand, looking pleased. Others continued to ask questions, such as how they met and how long they had been together. Yi Xin and Jiang Wanwan had discussed these details beforehand to avoid any slip-ups. So Jiang Wanwan answered fluently. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's smooth responses and the family's satisfaction, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. I should be able to get through this, he thought, hoping time would pass quickly. Yi Jing'an quietly went to the kitchen and said to the busy Chao Yun, "What do we do? She gave such expensive gifts. The things we bought are simply too insignificant." The couple had spent over 20,000 on a necklace and planned to give a red envelope as well. For an average family, this was quite a lot, but they hadn't expected such extravagant gifts from Jiang Wanwan. This made them feel awkward. It seems their relationship is quite good. Wanwan seems to want to be with Yi Xian for life. How about we give her the heirloom from Mom? Chao Yun suggested. No, that's for Yi Xian's wedding. They seem good now, but what if something happens? Yi Jing'an asked. The couple was in a dilemma. Dinner was a harmonious affair. Afterward, Chao Rong and Yi Xian's grandmother continued chatting with Jiang Wanwan, utterly delighted with her. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Yi Xian was relieved and returned to his room, finding the desert star. Jiang Wanwan had done him a huge favor, and he wouldn't be stingy. Yi Xian didn't care much about money. No matter how expensive the desert star was, he didn't mind. He had just taken it out when the door opened. Jiang Wanwan poked her head in, saw Yi Xian, playfully stuck out her tongue, and entered the room, closing the door behind her. So, are you satisfied with my performance? Jiang Wanwan plopped down on the bed, grinning. Satisfied, very satisfied, Yi Xian laughed. They let you in? Yeah. Jiang Wanwan nodded. By the way, how are you going to thank me? Yi Xian smiled. I've already prepared a gift for you. Here. He handed her the box. You really got me a gift? Jiang Wanwan was surprised and took the box. She opened it. The next moment, looking at the dazzling necklace inside the box, Jiang Wanwan froze. The desert star? You know it? Yi Xian asked, surprised. I saw it on TV. Jiang Wanwan said. I heard Sister Qian say that CEO Lei Bin bought it at the auction, right? Yeah, CEO Lei gave it to me. Yi Xian said. Do you like it? Jiang Wanwan was stunned again. She looked at Yi Xian, asking in astonishment. You mean, you're giving this to me? Jiang Wanwan looked at Yi Xian, her eyes full of disbelief. She knew the value of the desert star. This necklace was one of the most expensive in the world, each diamond on it worth a fortune. Are you really giving it to me? Jiang Wanwan asked, swallowing hard. She was the daughter of Jiangqing's richest man. Her family wasn't short of money, but spending 150 million on such an expensive necklace was still unlikely. She never expected Yi Xian to give it to her. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through her mind. I'm really giving it to you. It's useless just sitting here with me, Yi Xian said, shrugging indifferently. He truly didn't care much for these things. Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock came at the door, followed by Chao Yun's voice. Can I come in? Jiang Wanwan closed the box. Yi Xian smiled and said, Come in. Chao Yun pushed open the door and said to Jiang Wanwan, Wanwan, come here for a moment. Annie has something to tell you privately. Jiang Wanwan looked at Yi Xian. He smiled and said, Go ahead. Jiang Wanwan let out a breath, put away the desert star box, and followed Chao Yun out. Yi Xian also went to the living room. He didn't know what Chao Yun and Jiang Wanwan talked about, but when they came out of the room, Jiang Wanwan's pretty face was flushed, and she had another box in her hand. He could guess that it was a gift from Chao Yun to Jiang Wanwan, so he didn't ask. After staying at home until past 10, Chao Rong, Lu Yu, and the others left one after another. Jiang Wanwan also got up to say goodbye to Yi Xian's parents. I'll see her off, Yi Xian said quickly, seeing that Jiang Wanwan was about to leave. Okay, be safe. Chao Rong nodded. From the moment they left the room, Yi Xian's nerves had been tense. Only after they entered the elevator did he let out a long breath and say, Damn, I finally got through that. The gentle and virtuous aura around Jiang Wanwan disappeared in an instant. She looked at Yi Xian smugly and said, Of course. Who do you think I am? I guarantee your whole family is very satisfied. Yi Xian coughed and looked at the box in Jiang Wanwan's hand. What did my mom give you? I saw your face was red when you came out. Jiang Wanwan quickly put the box away. Don't tell me you want to take it back, Yi Xian said speechlessly. I gave you the Desert Star. Do I still care about this small gift? I'm just curious. I won't show you unless you tell me who you are. Jiang Wanwan pouted. You still haven't told me. What were you and Huang Shiqi talking about before, about Night Watchmen? Who are they? Tell me clearly. Yi Xian spread his hands. Then I won't look. Oomph. Jiang Wanwan snorted. At this time, the elevator reached the ground floor, and the two walked out. Yi Xian drove his father's car and sent Jiang Wanwan to Zhou Qianqian's house before slowly wandering back home. When he got home, he saw Chao Yun and Yi Jingyan incredibly happy, their smiles so wide he could practically see their back teeth. Seeing Yi Xian return, Chao Yun quickly said, Yi Xian, our whole family really likes Wanwan. You have to treat her well in the future. Also, you're about the right age to get married. Now that the relationship is confirmed and you've been dating for so long, find a time for both parents to meet and discuss a date to get married soon. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He coughed quickly and said, No rush, no rush. Why no rush? Yi Jingyan said, A good girl like Wanwan isn't easy to find. She must have many, many suitors. It's better to get married early for peace of mind. Yi Xian. He coughed and said, I'll discuss this with Wanwan. Well, Mom and Dad, I'll be moving out tomorrow. Okay, don't come back if you don't have to. It's best to get pregnant and married soon. Chao Yun said. Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was truly his mother. Yi Jingyan nodded. By the way, Yi Xian, tomorrow is the Yi family's year-end summary. The Yi family also invited our company. Mr. Lei asked me to go with him. Did he ask you? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, he did. I'll go with him tomorrow. Yi Jingyan said thoughtfully. At the Yi family's year-end summary, most of Linhai's celebrities will be present. You should control your emotions. You represent Han Yu Group. If you have a conflict with the Yi family at the banquet, it will affect Han Yu Group's reputation. Now, Han Yu Group and the Yi family are locked in a fierce battle. Today alone, the market value of both companies plummeted again. This week, the Yi family's overall decline has been close to a quarter. They've lost a big chunk of meat, Yi Jingyan said. Although he was worried about Han Yu Group, there was also unconcealed excitement in his eyes. After all, it was impossible for him not to have any resentment about what happened 9 years ago. He naturally felt good seeing the Yi family suffer. Yi Xian didn't mention to Yi Jingyan that he would reveal the truth about 9 years ago at the Yi family's year-end summary banquet. Hearing Yi Jingyan's words, Yi Xian smiled and said, Dad, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Okay, Yi Jingyan nodded. Then go to bed early. While Yi Xian returned to his room to rest in Linhai, at the Bai family home, Bai Yao sat in front of the window. Beside her was a cup of tea. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and held a book in her hands, sitting there calmly. Yao Yao. At this moment, a voice came from the doorway behind her. Bai Yao closed her book and turned to look at the doorway, looking at Bai Qi and asking, Is something the matter? I'll be representing our family at the Yi family's year-end summary banquet tomorrow. Bai Xian has already said she'll go with me. Are you going? Bai Qi asked. Bai Yao was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, I'll definitely go. I have to go. Yes, she had to go, because Yi Xian had said that tomorrow he would clear his name. She had to be there. Okay, then the 3 of us siblings will go, Bai Qi said. In Linhai, at Chen Meixian and Chen Xi's home, Chen Meixian looked ahead at a gentle-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. What are you doing here again? Chen Meixian's voice was cold. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses smiled faintly. Meixian, don't be so angry. I had no choice but to divorce you back then. I also left you such a large company like Han Yu Group. Oomph. Chen Meixian snorted coldly. Go back to Yinjing yourself. You're not welcome here. If you want to take this company back, take it back quickly. I'm not interested in running it. Sigh. I was only invited to attend the Yi family's annual meeting. The Yi family is in turmoil now, which is a business opportunity. I plan to come over and discuss cooperation with them. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses said. I also wanted to come and see you and the child. He looked at Chen Xian and said, You've been invited too, haven't you? I'll stay here tonight and go with you tomorrow. Get out. Get out now. You're not welcome here. Chen Shi doesn't have a father like you. Remember, her last name is Chun, not yours. Chen Meishuan's voice was agitated. The man sighed. All right, don't get excited. I'll leave now. We'll see each other at the banquet tomorrow. At the same time, major companies and celebrities in Linhai were sending people to attend. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Xian. He walked onto the balcony of his room, lit a cigarette, and looked at the somewhat bustling Linhai. 9 years. In these 9 years, he had reached the pinnacle of this world. But what happened 9 years ago was still his demon. Tomorrow, he took a deep drag of his cigarette, then extinguished it, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Linhai was destined for a restless night. Xian pulled up a stool and sat on the balcony, gazing out, lost in thought. He had no intention of sleeping. At this moment, a powerful sense of urgency filled him. In another part of Linhai, in the pre-dawn hours, flying dust and stones filled the air. Various sounds erupted from the forest, and then a figure in black, wielding dual blades, shot out from the trees and slammed into the ground, creating a crater. Former number 2 of the night watchman. That's all you've got? A faint voice echoed in the darkness. The figure that had flown out was Huang Shiqi. Huang Shiqi rolled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Anger flashed across her pretty face, and then a wave of energy seemed to ripple from her body. She pushed off with her legs and shot away at an incredible speed. As she fled, a figure slowly emerged from the forest. He looked to be around 30, dressed in ordinary sportswear. He stepped out and rubbed his nose. Quite beautiful. I like her. He licked his lips, smiling as he watched the direction Huang Shiqi had gone. Soon, a blonde foreigner ran over and shouted, Go after her! Kill her! The man smiled, turning to glance at the foreigner. The foreigner trembled, fear written all over his face, and dared not speak again. The night passed silently. On the balcony, Xian slowly opened his eyes as the first rays of dawn appeared. He had fallen asleep in the chair. Noon has arrived. Xian stood up and exhaled slowly. After washing and eating breakfast, he and Yi Jingyan went to the company together. This time, he didn't slip away, but followed Yi Jingyan into the company. Having been there once, he remembered Lei Bin's office. Upon reaching the top floor, he said goodbye to Yi Jingyan and walked into Lei Bin's office. Seeing Xian enter, Lei Bin grinned. You finally arrived. Been waiting 9 years for this day, haven't you? Xian touched his nose and asked with a smile, How long has it been? Wait here for a while. I still have a morning meeting to arrange some things. The Yi family is probably in chaos right now, yet they're still insisting on holding this year-end summary banquet. They're probably trying to use this banquet to win over some people, Lei Bin said. Then I'll hammer them to the earth's core. Xian chuckled. Are you confident? Lei Bin asked. Will that Yi Hong betray us? More than enough, Xian said calmly. He spent a week with the night watchman. He should know how to weigh things. Qin Guosheng will take good care of him. True, that bastard Qin Guosheng is good at manipulating people. I'm just afraid he'll drive Yi Hong crazy, Lei Bin said cheerfully. All right, make yourself at home in my office. I'll go to the meeting. Xian nodded. Around 10 o'clock, Lei Bin came downstairs with Xian and Yi Jingyan. The three of them got into a car, Xian driving, and headed towards the banquet venue. The venue was the Yi family's own 5-star hotel, called Shengxing Hotel. The banquet was being held on the 3rd floor, a huge banquet hall that could accommodate nearly 1,000 people. In the car, Yi Jingyan looked a little nervous. This was the first time in 9 years that he was attending the Yi family's year-end summary meeting, and the first time he was facing those relatives again. Xian knew his thoughts. He had deliberately asked Lei Bin to bring Yi Jingyan. He wanted his father to witness him clearing his name. He wanted his father to be free of any worries. Jingyan, what are you nervous about? Lei Bin said with his one arm. Just stay by my side, and I'll see which idiot dares to utter a word. I'll beat him up. Yi Jingyan smiled. I'm not nervous, just a little apprehensive. Half an hour later, They parked at the Xingxing Hotel. After parking, Laban said to Yi Exan, "Go buy me a coffee. This is the ticket. Bring it to me inside." Yi Exan nodded. He wasn't actually going to buy coffee, but to meet with Qin Guosheng. Qin Guosheng had already arrived with Yi Heng. Their car was parked outside. Lei Bin and Yi Jing'an walked towards the hotel. After Lei Bin left, Yi Exan touched his nose and walked towards the roadside. Soon, he saw an SUV parked by the road and walked over. The car window rolled down, and Qin Guosheng grinned. "Kid, your showtime today." Yi Exan looked at Yi Heng inside the car. He was dressed in a suit today and looked normal, but there was a flicker of fear in his eyes. "Behave yourself later," Yi Exan said. "Just tell the truth." Yi Heng quickly said, "I will." Although he had only been brought back to Linhai by Qin Guosheng today, he knew what had happened to the Yi family in the past week. And the one who caused all these consequences was Yi Exan. Yi Exan nodded and said, "I'll call you when I need you to bring someone up." "No problem," Qin Guosheng said with a chuckle. Yi Exan nodded, went to a nearby coffee shop, bought 2 coffees, and then walked towards the entrance of the Xingxing Hotel. The Xingxing Hotel was completely closed for business on the day of the Yi family's annual year-end summary. Although it was called a summary, in a way, it was also a way for the families of Linhai to show off their strength. At the entrance on the first floor, some young people were standing. Yi Zikan, Yi Huan, and other members of the younger generation of the Yi family, all dressed in suits or formal wear. The Yi family's younger generation had always been in charge of welcoming guests. Yi Exan looked over from afar and saw Bai Qi leading Bai Exan and Bai Yao along the red carpet. Bai Yao and Bai Exan were both in dresses, their perfect figures on full display. Seeing this, Yi Exan frowned slightly. He realized that everyone attending the banquet, even Lei Bin and Yi Jing'an, were dressed in formal attire. In comparison, he was dressed too casually. He walked closer, and at this moment, a conversation came from the entrance. "Bai Qi, you still have the face to come?" Yi Zikan glared at Bai Qi and asked sarcastically. Bai Qi's expression remained unchanged. He calmly said, "Since you invited us, our family naturally has to send some representatives. Sai, speaking of which, I regret inviting you." Yi Zikan said, "You two-faced traitors. Truly hateful." "What did you say?" Bai Qi's face changed slightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "Did I say something wrong?" Your Bai family declined, and in order to latch onto the Zhou family, you were even willing to marry Bai Yao to them. After something happened to the Zhou family, you immediately turned your backs and wanted to cooperate with us. Seeing us in trouble, you immediately bid us, Yi Zikan sneered. "Tell me, aren't you two-faced traitors?" Indeed, Yi Zikan was truly angry about the Bai family's actions. He sneered, "Bai Qi, our Yi family is big and powerful. We can withstand some tossing and turning. But you, after swallowing so much from us this time, when this matter is over, you will spit it all out and even pay extra?" Bai Qi was furious. Bai Yao quickly pulled him and said, "Brother, don't bother with him. Give us the invitation so we can go in." Yi Zikan then looked at Bai Xian and said, "Hey, even Bai Xian came out. Aren't you embarrassed about what happened 9 years ago? Now that you're married, you're still coming out to embarrass yourself. I feel sorry for the guy who married you. How green must his hat be?" Everyone with money in Linhai knows that Yi Xian took Bai Xian's virginity. He then scoffed and said, "If I were you, I would hide at home every day and never go out." Beside them, the young people responsible for reception at the Yi family all laughed along. Hearing this, Bai Xian trembled slightly, while Bai Qi was so angry he saw stars. He clenched his fists and roared, "Yi Zichen, fuck you." Although he cursed and his fists were clenched tight, he didn't dare to make a move. He knew that although his family seemed to have gained some benefits from the recent turmoil in the Yi family, these benefits hadn't been fully absorbed yet. Besides, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. For the sake of his family, he didn't dare to throw that punch. Seeing Bai Qi's furious yet helpless look, Yi Huan sneered from the side but didn't say anything. Yi Zichen, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain. He looked at Bai Qi and said, "I just like the way you look when you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. Hit me." Bai Qi's eyes were red. She wanted to turn and run, but she also wanted to witness the truth of what happened 9 years ago, so she could only stand there, her body trembling slightly. Bai Yao stopped her and said to Bai Qi, "Brother, don't bother with them. Let's go in." Bai Qi's face was grim. He threw the invitation to Yi Zichen and turned to walk into the hotel. Yi Xian watched from the side. He didn't speak or try to help. Only the coldness in his eyes deepened. "Let's see how long you can be smug," Yi Xian said calmly in his heart. Looking at Bai Xian's aggrieved back, he slowly exhaled, carrying his coffee towards the entrance. As he approached, the Yi family members at the entrance all saw Yi Xian. Yi Huan's pupils constricted slightly, not daring to look any further. He had suffered several losses at Yi Xian's hands and had witnessed Yi Xian's ruthlessness when dealing with Liu Bai, which led to a trace of fear towards Yi Xian in his heart. "What are you doing here?" Yi Zichen asked with a cold snort when he saw Yi Xian. "Attending your annual meeting," Yi Xian shrugged, smiling. "All right. I heard your Yi family's market value has dropped by nearly a quarter recently. Does it hurt?" Yi Zichen narrowed his eyes and sneered. "So what if it dropped by a quarter? We still have hundreds of billions in assets. Someone like you wouldn't understand what that means." Yi Xian touched his nose and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I wish you all the best in continuing to lose more." With that, he took out his invitation, tossed it to Yi Zichen, and, too lazy to waste his breath, prepared to walk inside. Just then, Yi Zichen sneered, stepped forward, and blocked Yi Xian's path. "Sorry, our Yi family's year-end summary meeting is a place for high-end people, not a place for bottom feeders like you, let alone a rapist. Your presence would lower the class of this banquet." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Before he could speak, a voice sounded from behind him. "Exactly. Is this a place for trash like you?" Yi Xian turned around and saw 3 people approaching. He was familiar with 2 of them, Liu Bai and Lu Xingyu. Besides them, there was an old man in a long gown. Although he was old, he looked vigorous, and his eyes were very calm, unlike the usual elderly, whose eyes carried a trace of cloudiness. Moreover, there was a natural aura emanating from him as he walked. "Grandpa Liu." Yi Zichen hurried forward and greeted the old man politely. Lu Yunshan looked at him with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Yi Xian and asked, "You're Yi Xian?" Yi Xian touched his nose and nodded. Liu Bai said, "Grandpa, it's this kid. He's the disgrace of the Yi family from 9 years ago, and he's the one who beat me up like this." Lu Yunshan looked at Yi Xian and chuckled. "Young people these days are really ruthless." Yi Xian shrugged indifferently without replying. "People who have been in prison sure have personality," Lu Yunshan said. "Shouldn't you give me an explanation for beating my grandson?" "What kind of explanation do you want?" Yi Xian chuckled and asked. "Like apologizing to my grandson properly," Lu Yunshan said calmly. Liu Bai sneered. "Exactly, kneel down and apologize to me. If I'm satisfied, maybe this matter will be over. Otherwise, you need to understand this is Lin Hai." Lu Xingyu frowned and looked at Yi Xian without speaking. Lu Yunshan just looked at Yi Xian calmly, apparently agreeing with Liu Bai's words. Yi Xian touched his nose, glanced at Liu Bai, and said, "As expected, poor upbringing leads to a brain-damaged child." Yi Xian's words surprised the Yi family members. They never expected him to dare to provoke Lu Yunshan like this. Who was Lu Yunshan? In Lin Hai, he might not be among the richest, but he was undoubtedly one of the most influential people, and no one wanted to offend him. Yi Zichen and the others had a sneer on their faces, watching Yi Xian as if waiting for a good show. "Young man, don't speak so harshly," Lu Yunshan chuckled. "Don't think that having some fighting skills means you can look down on everyone." Yi Xian glanced at him, chuckled, and didn't bother to respond. He was a man of action, not words. Of course, with so many people present, he couldn't make a move. So he ignored them, picked up his coffee, and continued towards the hotel. Seeing him walk in, Yi Zichen quickly went to stop him, but Yi Huan said, "Brother, let him in if he wants to. He's an employee of the Hanyu Group. Look at his clothes. They're not even as good as our hotel waiters. He'll be the one embarrassed, along with the Hanyu Group." We're already competing with the Hanyu group, and being able to damage their image isn't a bad thing. Yi Zichen pondered, then sneered. That's true. He and Bai Qi are both in the banquet hall. We'll bring this up later. They exchanged glances. For so many years, because of the heir issue, they had been at odds with each other. But because of Yi Xian's appearance, they were now on the same side. Beside them, Lu Xingyu frowned, then went to support Lu Yunshan and walked into the hotel. Yi Xian took the elevator directly to the third floor. Soon he arrived. The place was filled with tables, and many people were already inside. Most of them were dressed formally, and Yi Xian's attire indeed attracted a lot of attention. The incident 9 years ago had indeed caused a great uproar, especially within the wealthy circles. Most of them knew about the Yi family member who had drugged and raped a girl from the Bai family, and they had mostly seen Yi Xian's picture. Seeing Yi Xian walk into the banquet hall, many people started whispering, "I heard this guy was back. I thought it was a joke. Wasn't he sentenced to life imprisonment? I don't know what happened. Probably he's familiar with Lei Bin, and Lei Bin bailed him out. Yeah, look, he went straight over and sat with Lei Bin. Now, I just saw that Bai family girl from 9 years ago is here too. This is going to be interesting." Amidst the discussions, Yi Xian walked through the crowd, heading straight ahead. The seating arrangement for the Yi family's year-end summary was hierarchical. The closer one was to the center stage, the higher their status in Linhai. For example, top-tier companies like the Hanyu Group were seated in the frontmost positions. Of course, the very front was mainly occupied by members of the Yi family. Yi Xian made his way through the crowd and arrived in front of Lei Bin and Yi Jing'an. Yi Jing'an's brows were furrowed, and his face was grim. Clearly, the whispers around him made him uncomfortable. Yi Xian exhaled and silently said in his heart, "Dad, just wait a little longer. Just a little longer, and the truth will come out." He walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. To Yi Xian's surprise, the people sitting at this table were all familiar to him. Besides Yi Jing'an and Lei Bin, there were representatives from Xinhai Bank, Huang Liang and Zhou Qianqian, Chen Meixian and Chen Xiu from Huanyu Group, and a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses whom Yi Xian didn't recognize. Chen Meixian and Chen Xiu both looked unhappy, just sitting there coldly. Yi Xian greeted them, exchanged glances with Lei Bin, and then handed him his coffee. "Excuse me." At that moment, a voice sounded beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned his head and saw Yi Zhongheng looking at him and Yi Jing'an with a smile. "Your seats are at the very back." Yi Jing'an was taken aback. Lei Bin sneered and said, "They're with my Hanyu Group. What's wrong with them sitting here?" "They are indeed with Hanyu Group," Yi Zhongheng said with a smile. "However, they are also the disgrace of our Yi family, people we've discarded. Allowing them to sit at the very back is already showing mercy. In fact, they're not even qualified to be here." Yi Zhongheng's words caused most of the people at the table to frown slightly. "Yi Zhongheng, it seems the meat your Yi family has lost this week hasn't hurt you enough yet," Lei Bin said with a smile. "All right then, let's play slowly." Hearing Lei Bin's words, the corner of Yi Zhongheng's mouth twitched slightly. Not hurt. He was practically dying of the pain. There were quite a few voices within the family questioning his current authority as head of the Yi family. If it weren't for his grandfather holding them back, who knows what would have happened. They had forced their way into this year-end summary meeting to show these Linhai businesses that the Yi family was still standing strong and to try and rally some businesses to help them through this difficult time. It truly was too difficult. Of course, he couldn't afford to lose face. He smiled slightly and said, "Our Yi family has a large business. This little loss is just a drop in the bucket. But your Hanyu Group? Your losses are quite substantial. Several of your shareholders are going crazy, aren't they?" Lei Bin chuckled and said, "My shareholders trust me very much. Even if I run Hanyu Group into the ground, they wouldn't mind." Yi Zhongheng sneered, seemingly unwilling to continue the verbal sparring. He looked at Yi Jing'an and Yi Xian and said, "Now immediately go to the tables in the back. Aren't you embarrassed sitting here?" Yi Xian looked up at him, then smiled faintly without speaking. When Yi Hong appears later, his expression should be quite spectacular. "Let's go to the back," Yi Xian said to Yi Jing'an. Lei Bin stood up and said, "You are members of my Hanyu Group, naturally we should come and go together. CEO Yi looks down on our Hanyu group, so we'll just go to the back together. There will be a time when CEO Yi will cry. Yi Zhongheng smiled slightly and said, "Suit yourself." At this time, Huang Liang next to him also stood up and said, "Mr. Lei, our Xinhai Bank will join you as well." Yi Zhongheng was slightly taken aback. Xinhai Bank's status was evident. Most businesses wouldn't choose to antagonize a bank, let alone Xinhai Bank, the darling of the wealthy. But since the words had been spoken, Yi Zhongheng didn't want to lose face. He just smiled faintly and said nothing. "Then we'll go to the back too." At this time, Chen Meixian also smiled slightly. She looked at Yi Xian. Yi Zhongheng glanced at Chen Meixian. He didn't understand why Chen Meixian chose to take sides at this time. He didn't recall any business cooperation between Hanyu Group and Huanyu Group. Because of Xinhai Bank, while he was thinking, a group of people also stood up and walked towards the back. Many people saw this scene. They didn't know what was happening, and only whispered amongst themselves. The group arrived at the back and found a place to sit. "What's going on?" "Xinhai Bank, Mr. Lei from Hanyu Group, and Ms. Chun from Huanyu Group, they actually sat in the back." "I don't know. Hanyu Group and the Yi family have been fighting fiercely recently. I just heard them arguing. It seems to be because of Yi Xian and Yi Jing'an. The CEO of the Yi family said they weren't qualified to sit in the front." Amidst the discussion, they walked to the back. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses said a few words to Yi Zhongheng, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yi Zhongheng frowned, looked at Yi Xian and the others walking at the end, and nodded. Immediately afterwards, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses also walked to the back. In the back, Yi Xian sat down. Chen Xiu sat beside him and whispered, "Don't mind those gossiping people. They just don't know the truth." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll let you watch a good show later." "What good show?" Chen Xiu asked, her eyes shining. "You'll know later. It will be absolutely spectacular." Yi Xian licked his lips, then asked, "Who is that man with the gold-rimmed glasses? He seems to have a high status." Indeed, when he sat down just now, he saw the man with the gold-rimmed glasses talking to Yi Zhongheng, and Yi Zhongheng's eyes held a hint of apprehension when facing him. Chen Xiu pouted and said, "He's my dad, but he divorced my mom and rarely visits us." Yi Xian was speechless, looking at the middle-aged man in surprise. At the same time, he heard voices in his ear. Wisely Hang from the Li family and Yanjing also walking towards the back. Wow, he wouldn't also be sitting in the back, would he? He's the CEO of Qinyan Group. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. The Li family of Yanjing, one of the wealthiest families in the country. Also one of the top families nationwide. No wonder Yi Zhongheng was so polite to him. This time they specifically invited him, probably to discuss cooperation. Yi Xian didn't expect that Chen Xiu and Chen Meixian would have some connection with the Li family of Yanjing. No wonder Chen Meixian didn't take the Yi family's threats too seriously before. Li Hang walked over to Yi Xian and the others, smiled slightly at Lei Bin and the others, then sat down. He said with a smile, "Mr. Lei, actually this competition between you and the Yi family isn't good for anyone." "Did Yi Zhongheng send you over to talk to me?" Lei Bin asked. "Sort of." Li Hang smiled slightly and said, "I also think it's about time to stop. You've already taken a bite out of the Yi family. I spoke with CEO Yi before I came, and I wanted to mediate. Harmony brings wealth, after all." Lei Bin narrowed his eyes, glanced at Yi Xian, and then asked, "What if I don't want to? Are you going to help the Yi family?" Li Hang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled slightly. "Perhaps. The marketplace is like a battlefield. I originally wanted to expand my business to Linhai, but I left later and gave Huanyu Group to Meixian. You could take it back if you want. Who needs it anyway?" Chen Meixian sneered. Li Hang smiled helplessly and said, "But this time, it feels like another opportunity. With you two giants competing, I can indeed take the opportunity to enter." "So, you plan to side with the Yi family and swallow our Hanyu Group?" Lei Bin asked with a sneer. "Can you even stomach it?" "You can't say that. We're all friends. Give me some face, let's call it quits," Li Hang said. "Of course, if you want to continue, I might really help you, Zhongheng." After all, he and I were classmates, and during the time I was doing business in Linhai, the Yi family helped me a lot. Laban extended his single arm and licked his lips. One sentence. It's either me or the Yi family. Li Hang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. Then we'll see each other in the marketplace. Business is business. Regardless of what happens in the marketplace, I hope it won't affect our personal relationship. Hearing their conversation, Yi Xian's heart stirred slightly. Clearly, this Li Hang was a smooth operator, speaking very tactfully, trying not to offend anyone. Usually, such people are the most formidable kind. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't quite grasp his character. Time passed, and more people entered the hall, hundreds in total. In the front were the bigwigs of Linhai, while Yi Xian and his group at the very back were quite conspicuous, attracting many strange looks. These entrepreneurs walked around and talked to each other. The main topics of conversation were either the recent earthquake in the Yi family, the previous earthquake in the Zhou family, and the appearance of Yi Xian and Yi Jing'an. What they didn't know was that both the Yi family and Zhou family incidents were actually orchestrated by Yi Xian. At noon, Yi Zhongheng walked onto the stage in the center. He bowed to everyone, then took the microphone and said, "Thank you all for attending our Yi family's year-end summary. I'm deeply honored. In the past year," he blabbered on for a while, boasting about the Yi family's achievements this year. After a full 7 or 8 minutes of nonsense, he finally changed the subject, of course recently. Due to some reasons, the Yi family has encountered a little trouble. Of course, it's just a small trouble. Regarding this trouble, I'll take this opportunity to announce a few things. First, our Yi family will be entering into a comprehensive real estate partnership with Qinyan Group of the Yanjing Li family. As his voice fell, the scene erupted in an uproar. As expected of the Yi family, they actually managed to secure a partnership with Qinyan Group. With this partnership, those businesses targeting the Yi family will probably have to think twice. Hanyu Group is probably in trouble now. Amidst the discussion, many people looked at Li Hang. Li Hang smiled slightly without saying much. Some people also looked at Lei Bin, who sat there with a calm expression. Yi Zhongheng smiled slightly and said, "Everyone knows the foundation of our Yi family. If you want to take a bite out of the Yi family, you must be prepared to be swallowed whole. Of course, I also welcome all entrepreneurs and businesses in Linhai to discuss cooperation with our Yi family at this annual meeting." Seeing the crowd's reaction, the Yi family members sitting in the front breathed a sigh of relief, including Yi Zikan. He sneered and turned to look at Yi Xian in the back row. Having said this, Yi Zhongheng sneered, looked towards the back row, and said, "Of course, I have to mention one thing here, and that is CEO Lei of our Hanyu Group." Lei Bin's eyebrows twitched slightly. Yi Zhongheng continued, "CEO Lei, you can't just let anyone into your company." Beside Lei Bin, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yi Zhongheng continued, "Let me introduce the two people next to Lei Bin. This one is the man who drugged and raped Miss Bai Xian of the Bai family 9 years ago in Linhai. He served 9 years in prison. After he got out of prison, CEO Lei's Hanyu Group actually recruited such a person into the company. This is truly damaging to the company's image." As the voice of Yi Zhongheng rang out, many people turned their gazes towards Yi Xian and his group. For the Yi family, the purpose of this year's annual meeting was to win over some businesses and elevate their own image. If possible, he would naturally try to tarnish the reputation of his rivals, namely the Hanyu Group. The fact that Yi Xian and Yi Jing'an worked at the Hanyu Group was certainly worth making a big deal about. Yi Jing'an noticed everyone's gaze, and his face suddenly turned pale. White eyes. In these 9 years, he had endured too much. But when faced with such a large-scale event, with most of the attendees being prominent figures in Linhai, and all their gazes focused on him, Yi Jing'an felt immense pressure in his heart. Because of Yi Xian's incident, he had refrained from competing or striving for anything for 9 years, losing many relatives and friends. He thought he had gotten used to it, but when old matters were brought up again and everyone looked at him with strange gazes, he still found it hard to maintain composure. Beside him, Yi Xian's expression was cold. He held his father's hand and said calmly, "Dad, don't mind the gazes of these idiots." On the stage, Yi Zhongheng continued. President Lei, surely you're aware of this matter? It caused quite a stir back then. We, the Yi family, directly removed these despicable people from our family tree. We should apologize to everyone. After all, they bear the Yi surname and come from our family, albeit a collateral branch. To think our Yi family produced such scum. But after we removed them from the family tree, not only did President Lei take them in, but Yi Jingyan even became the company's vice president. And Yi Xian was recruited into the Hanyu group as soon as he returned to Linhai, Yi Zhongheng said. President Lei, your company hiring such people really makes us worry for you. Lei Bin's expression wasn't pleasant either. He cursed under his breath. Damn, this bastard actually brings this up on stage. He's really shameless. Yi Zhongheng smiled and said, Miss Bai Xian, who was involved in that incident, is also present here today. For a young girl in the bloom of youth. Imagine the psychological trauma this must have caused. As he spoke, the crowd below discussed among themselves, their gazes directed towards Yi Xian. Sitting in the front row, Lu Bai's face bore a hint of a sinister smile. He was seated with Yi Zikan, Yi Huan, Fang Jun, Fang Rue, and other top-tier, rich second generation from Linhai. This table of people all had some grudges against Yi Xian to varying degrees. Seeing Yi Xian being cornered, they were all secretly delighted. It's a pity Bai Xian didn't go on stage to say a few words. If she had gone up, it would have been even more exciting, Yi Zikan said with a sinister smile. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Xian, including Chen Meixian and Chen Xiu. They furrowed their brows as they looked at Yi Xian, their faces showing a hint of worry. Zhou Qianqian's face was tense with anger. She looked at Yi Xian, biting her lip. But they noticed that Yi Xian's gaze remained calm from beginning to end, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The more fiercely Yi Zhongheng ranted now, the harder he would fall later. After pressuring Lei Bin for a while, Yi Zhongheng smiled slightly and said, Also, I have another announcement to make. Actually, let's have old Lu say it. As he spoke, Lu Yunshan, who was sitting in the front row, slowly walked onto the stage. He then took out a new C Bank diamond card, looked towards Huang Liang, took the microphone and said, The Yi family and I are old friends, as everyone knows. I have a diamond card from New Sea Bank. Previously, New Sea Bank, along with several other banks, imposed sanctions on the Yi family. He paused and then said, Here, I want to use my diamond card privileges to request that the Linhai branch of New Sea Bank stop the sanctions against the Yi family and resume cooperation between the two parties. Everyone knew about the privileges of the diamond card. It could mobilize hundreds of billions in funds and came with many special rights. In some ways, the status of a diamond card holder was even higher than that of a branch president. Lu Yunshan had called Huang Liang earlier about this matter. However, Huang Liang had refused his request at that time. By bringing it up now in front of everyone, he was forcing Huang Liang to compromise. New Sea Bank's clients were all from the wealthy circles, and most of the people attending this banquet were New Sea Bank customers. If they denied the privileges of the diamond card, it could potentially damage New Sea Bank's credibility. The gazes in the room slowly turned to Huang Liang. Huang Liang looked at Yi Xian, revealed a slight smile, then stood up, walked through the crowd, and went up to the stage. Yi Zhongheng's face broke into a smile. If New Sea Bank resumed cooperation, it would be a huge relief for the Yi family. Combined with Qinyan Group joining, they would be able to launch a counterattack. Huang Liang walked onto the stage, took a microphone, looked at Lu Yunshan, and asked with a slight smile, Old Lu, are you sure you want to help the Yi family? Lu Yunshan nodded and said, Of course. Huang Liang's gaze swept across everyone and said, Since old Lu has said so, I also have an announcement to make. Below the stage, the faces of the Yi family members all lit up with wild joy. At this moment, Huang Liang calmly spoke. Once again, I announce that New Sea Bank will be short one diamond card. We are canceling Lu Yunshan's diamond card and all associated privileges. We will publicly announce that there are only 8 diamond cards. Furthermore, our New Sea Bank will enter into a comprehensive cooperation with the Hanyu Group. Boom! The moment this news was announced, It was like a heavy bomb had dropped into the crowd. What was New Sea Bank? The most beloved bank of the wealthy. No one knew just how terrifying their wealth was. Li Hang didn't represent the Li family. He only represented Qinyan Group, which was just one of the businesses under the Li family in Beijing, and they were only cooperating on real estate projects. But what Huang Liang announced was that New Sea Bank would be cooperating comprehensively with the Hanyu Group. When this news came out, all the Yi family members froze. Yi Yongsheng, sitting in the front row, began to breathe rapidly. On the stage, Yi Zhongheng's gaze was completely stunned. He had hoped to use Lu Yunshan's privileges to restore cooperation with these banks. What he never expected was that not only did it not stop, but New Sea Bank actually canceled Lu Yunshan's diamond card and instead announced comprehensive cooperation with the Hanyu Group. He was almost dumbfounded. Below, the faces of Yi Zikin, Yi Huan, and others suddenly changed. New Sea Bank had made its move. They had thought this year-end summary would be their comeback battle, and the earlier discussions had indeed seemed that way. The addition of Qinyan Group had further boosted their confidence. But now, New Sea Bank had actually stood behind Lei Bin. Lei Bin's words about fighting to the death. At this moment, it made all the Yi family members nearly go crazy. Yi Yongsheng sat in his chair, his aged face twitching slightly. This blow was simply too great. The Yi family had deep pockets, but how did they compare to New Sea Bank? Not to mention that countless people were now targeting them. New Sea Bank was secondary. New Sea Bank was a paradise for the rich. It also meant that many wealthy people up and down the country had good relationships with New Sea Bank. With him announcing this, how many people would join in? He could almost foresee that when the stock market opened tomorrow, even with Qinyan Group joining, the Yi family stocks would surely hit the limit down. At a table in the back, Lei Bin was slightly stunned, then looked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. In fact, he really didn't know. It wasn't until Huang Liang made the announcement that he was surprised. However, he could guess that Huang Liang had probably gone to tell that old man in Beijing, and this was an order from there. Beside him, Li Hang's brows furrowed deeply. New Sea Bank had intervened. He hadn't expected New Sea Bank to get involved. The Li family and New Sea Bank had countless cooperations between them. For a moment, he looked at Lei Bin and said coolly, "President Lei, I didn't expect your relationship with New Sea Bank to be so good. It seems my cooperation with the Yi family can be called off." Lei Bin sneered. This guy was indeed a fence-sitter. Chen Meishuan's face was shocked. She swallowed and said, "This. The Yi family is really finished now, isn't it?" "Not necessarily finished," Li Hang said. "The Yi family still has their foundation. Their own funds are very abundant. Decline might be inevitable. It's just a question of how long this decline will take." The people around were discussing heatedly. Countless words fell into the ears of the Yi family members. They had hoped to use this year-end summary to turn things around, but now it seemed to have become a signal announcing the decline of the Yi family. Beside them, Yi Xian rubbed his nose and said, "Not finished yet? Then let me be the last straw that breaks their back." Saying this, he took out his phone, found Qin Guosheng's WeChat, and said calmly, "You can bring them in now." The scene was filled with chaos. Everyone in the Yi family now had panic written across their faces. The complete involvement of Xinhai Bank had left the entire Yi family at a loss. On stage, after Huang Liang made his announcement, he handed the microphone to someone beside him and slowly walked down from the stage. Only Lu Yunshan, with his flushed face, and Yi Zhongheng, with his pale complexion, remained. Lu Yunshan's elderly face was now completely red. This time, he had lost tremendous face in front of all of Linhai's wealthy elite. Both he and Yi Xian had trained ears, and despite his advanced age, his hearing was still very good. Unable to maintain his composure now, he looked around and sheepishly walked down from the stage. Only Yi Zhongheng remained standing up there, momentarily stunned and unsure what to do. Huang Liang's bombshell had dropped right into the crowd, triggering countless discussions. Bang! At that moment, the third-floor door was suddenly kicked open, crashing against the wall with a heavy sound. This made the discussing voices gradually quiet down, and the scene fell into silence. At the doorway stood a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat nervous, his expression uneasy as he looked into the hall. It was Yi Heng, who had been called up by Qin Guosheng. Qin Guosheng and the other night watchman hadn't come up, and Yi Heng didn't dare leave on his own. On stage, Yi Zhongheng looked toward the door and froze when he saw Yi Heng. Below, some of the Yi family's senior members also froze. Yi Heng, who had disappeared for a week, had suddenly appeared. Yi Zichen looked toward Yi Zhongheng on stage, and Yi Zhongheng also glanced at him. At that moment, both father and son felt a sense of unease rise in their hearts. Just then, everyone noticed that among those seated, Yi Xian had also slowly stood up. He made his way through the crowd, walked up to Yi Heng, and said calmly, "Let's go." Not far away, Bai Yao sat there. When she saw Yi Xian stand up and walk toward Yi Heng, her expression slightly changed. "Is he going to begin?" Bai Qi said. Bai Xian's body also trembled slightly. Since entering this place, when Yi Xian also appeared here, she too had been bearing enormous pressure. But she had been enduring it all, because Bai Yao had said that on this day, Yi Xian would clear his name from 9 years ago. As one of the parties involved, she needed to witness all this personally. Moreover, she had too many complex emotions in her heart that she had never mentioned to anyone. Looking at the person slowly making his way through the crowd in the distance, the one who in her memory was still a spirited youth, but had now become a man, her eyes became misty with tears. At Yi Xian's original table, Yi Jing'an was also dumbfounded. He knew Yi Heng, but he didn't know why Yi Heng had appeared at the door at this time, or why Yi Xian had gone over. Others also wore puzzled expressions. Only Lei Bin's lips curled into a slight smile as he said softly, "The main show is about to begin." When Chen Xiu heard his words, remembering how Yi Xian had told her to watch the show earlier, her eyes also revealed a hint of excitement. Everyone was seated, making Yi Heng and Yi Xian particularly eye-catching as they walked toward the center of the stage, with everyone watching the two of them. Yi Xian's gaze was calm, while beside him, Yi Heng felt somewhat nervous. Yi Zhongheng's heart skipped a beat at this moment. He sensed something was wrong. Yi Heng had hired people to deal with Yi Xian, then disappeared for a week, and during this time, nothing had happened to Yi Xian. When the family had its crisis, he had no time to investigate Yi Heng's matter. And now, Yi Heng appears after being missing for a week, with Yi Xian standing beside him, walking toward him. Yi Zhongheng wasn't stupid. He knew that Yi Heng had been deeply involved in the events of that year, and now that he was walking over with Yi Xian, he knew something was about to happen. If this matter, this scandal were to be exposed, combined with the earlier series of events, it would likely be a devastating blow to the Yi family. His reaction was swift. He quickly barked, "Yi Heng, you've been absent from work for days, yet you dare come to the annual meeting. Go back and reflect on your actions immediately. And Yi Xian, you rapist, our Yi family's annual meeting is no place for scum like you. Get out." As Yi Xian walked, he raised his head, looking intensely at Yi Zhongheng, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yi Xian smile, Yi Zhongheng felt his scalp tingle. "You lot quickly drive them out," Yi Zhongheng shouted. As a large family, they kept quite a few bodyguards, and now he hurriedly yelled at several of them. Those called didn't hesitate at all, quickly pushing through the crowd and charging toward Yi Xian's direction, blocking the path of Yi Xian and Yi Heng. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes glanced coldly at the several bodyguards, and from Yi Xian's body, an aura naturally burst forth, causing the 4 people standing in front to involuntarily step back. Then, they watched as Yi Xian, leading Yi Heng, walked past them, and they didn't even dare think about laying hands on them. On stage, seeing that they hadn't stopped Yi Xian, Yi Zhongheng roared, "What are you doing? I told you to drive them out. Don't you understand? I pay you so much money every year. Is it for you to do nothing?" He started cursing outright. He had completely lost his composure. He knew what it would mean for the Yi family if the truth was exposed, and he couldn't care about maintaining his image. But those bodyguards still didn't dare move. Yi Xian's earlier glance had been too frightening, as if they would die if they made a move. At this moment, Yi Xin led Yi Heng onto the stage. He looked at the dumbfounded Yi Zhongheng. Then his gaze slowly swept across the Yi family members seated in the front below. His gaze lingered on Yi Yongsheng, then turned toward the younger generation of the Yi family, looking at Yi Zichen, Yi Huan, Yi Ziyu. Then, his hand reached out slightly, taking the microphone from Yi Zhongheng's hand. Yi Zhongheng's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to grab it back, Laban laughed and said, "What's wrong, Chairman Yi? Afraid to let someone speak?" Yi Zhongheng didn't dare let Yi Xin speak, but just as he was about to move, he found Yi Xion's hand gripping his shoulder, and suddenly he felt he couldn't move at all. Then, he saw Yi Xin smile slightly and raise the microphone in his hand. Next, Yi Xin began speaking. "Here, everyone believes I'm a rapist, that 9 years ago, I drugged and raped Miss Bai Qi of the Bai family." As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Bai Qi, a flash of apology passing through his eyes. Then he continued, "I went to prison, then my father was fired from the Yi family. He had created countless wealth for the Yi family, but after leaving, the Yi family kicked him while he was down, until he joined Hanyu Group. Below, the Yi family members furrowed their brows as they heard Yi Xin speak. Bang! Yi Yongsheng suddenly slammed the table and said, "You impudent youth! What are you trying to do? You have no right to speak here. You bodyguards, all of you go up there and throw him out." Yi Xin suddenly looked at him and sneered. "Yi Yongsheng, are you afraid?" Yi Yongsheng's mouth twitched slightly. Then he pointed at all the bodyguards and said, "All of you, get him down now. Don't move." At this moment, Laban stood up from his seat, walked to the front of the stage, and said with a sneer, "Let him finish speaking." Yi Xin smiled slightly and continued, "My father lost all his relatives and friends. Because of me, he couldn't hold his head up in front of relatives and friends. But is the truth really as you all say?" His gaze was calm as he looked at Yi Heng and said quietly, "Let this person involved tell you all about it properly." With that, he handed the microphone to Yi Heng. Yi Heng's whole body trembled slightly, and at the same time, almost everyone in the Yi family felt their hearts sink. Yi Heng took the microphone, his face full of anxiety, but seeing Yi Xion's somewhat cold face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Xion was framed back then, and the people who framed Yi Xion were led by Yi Zhongheng, including me, Yi Zichen, the Zhou family." At this point, he named several more companies and said, "They were all involved." As his voice fell, the scene erupted in chaos, and below, Yi Yongsheng's breathing also became rapid. Yi Heng's words caused an uproar. "No way. That doesn't make sense. I remember Yi Jing'an was just a branch family member. There's no reason for Yi Zhongheng to target him. Isn't this just Yi Xion trying to forcibly clear his name?" All around, discussions erupted. Lu Bai stood up and sneered. "Yi Xion, stop embarrassing yourself. Uncle Yi is in charge of the Yi family. Why would he target a branch family member like Yi Jing'an? No matter how capable Yi Jing'an is, he's just working for the Yi family his whole life." Yi Xion touched his nose and looked at Yi Heng. Yi Heng looked nervous. When he saw Yi Xion looking at him, he jumped and quickly said, "It's because Yi Jing'an performed exceptionally well at the time. Old Master Yi Yongsheng planned to incorporate his branch into the main family and reward him with 3% of the shares." He then slowly recounted what had happened. "In the end, to ruin their reputation, we drugged Yi Xion at the family gathering, using Yi Zichen. Then we quietly took Yi Xion to a hotel. I took his phone and called Bai Qi, pretending to be him. My build is similar to Yi Xion's." As his voice rang out, the entire scene fell silent. Undoubtedly, this was the biggest scandal in Lin Hai's elite circles. For a mere 3% of the shares, Yi Zhongheng had committed such a heinous act, and Yi Xion had been wrongly accused for 9 years, possibly facing a lifetime in prison. Everyone knows what happened next. Yi Xion and Bai Qi were drugged by us and did have relations in the hotel. Then the matter blew up, becoming known throughout the city. After Yi Heng finished, he sighed slightly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Beside him, Yi Zhongheng couldn't stand steadily. Yi Xin gripped his shoulder, preventing him from moving. Below, Yi Zikin was shocked. He thought that after so much time had passed, and with Yi Xin in prison, there would be no way to overturn the case. Even after Yi Xin returned, they hadn't taken him too seriously. Yi Xin was just someone who had been in prison for 9 years, with no foundation in Linhai. He had no capital and no qualifications to overturn the case. But now, the truth had been brutally revealed. He sat in his chair, paralyzed, his face pale. The Yi family is finished. This was his only thought. With such actions, how would others in Linhai view the Yi family? How would they cooperate with them? Not to mention that after Xinhai Bank announced full sanctions against the Yi family, Yi Xin's final blow had hit the Yi family's vital point. This annual meeting was undoubtedly the beginning of the Yi family's downfall. Yi Zhongheng roared. Yi Heng, are you crazy? What did Laban give you? Why are you framing us? You're even pinning Yi Xin's dirty laundry on us. Yi Xin smiled faintly and looked at Yi Heng. Release the final piece of evidence. Yi Heng's face was grim, but to save his life, he took out his phone, then picked up the microphone and said, I was just a nobody back then. I was afraid that Yi Zhongheng would go back on his word after everything was done, so I kept a recording of our discussion. He then played the recording. In the recording, it was Yi Zhongheng and Yi Heng discussing how to carry out the plan. Everyone could hear that it was indeed Yi Zhongheng's voice. At this moment, Yi Xin released Yi Zhongheng's hand, and Yi Zhongheng collapsed onto the ground. Yi Xin's gaze remained calm as he slowly swept over the Yi family members below, over the Yi family's senior management, over Yi Yongsheng. Yi Yongsheng seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He sat on the sofa, breathing rapidly, his entire body trembling slightly. This old man who had once supported the Yi family now felt his scalp tingling. The Yi family, which had thrived in Linhai for so long, would inevitably decline after today. Yi Zikin, Yi Huan, and a series of direct descendants of the Yi family also had grim expressions. Looking at them, Yi Xin felt an indescribable sense of relief. The emotions suppressed for 9 years were completely released at this moment. The scene was in an uproar, with everyone talking about the matter. Below, Bai Xin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. He really was wrongly accused. He was also a victim. Beside her, Bai Yao's expression also held a hint of excitement. Apart from being happy for Yi Xin, a strange emotion flickered in her eyes. In the distance, Yi Jing'an sat there, his body trembling slightly. He too had carried the burden of shame and pressure for 9 years. Today, everything would end. Zhou Qianqian smiled slightly, a hint of shock in her eyes, then calmness. Yes, the man on stage, no matter what astonishing things he did, she was somewhat numb. Bringing down the Yi family didn't seem like such a remarkable thing. Chen Xiu and Chen Meixian sat there. Chen Xiu smiled and said, Mom, Yi Xin really was wrongly accused. Chen Meixian nodded, her expression grave. The Yi family is really finished now. Amidst the uproar and commotion, Yi Xin stood on stage, looked at Yi Zhongheng, and said indifferently, I'll see you in court. Then enjoy the taste of prison. Yi Zhongheng's face was pale. Sitting on the ground, he looked at Yi Xin with unwillingness written all over his face. In the midst of the noise, Yi Xin walked down from the stage, and Yi Heng didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly followed Yi Xin and ran down. He couldn't go back to the Yi family. The Yi family probably wanted him dead now. The night watchmen, on the other hand, were relatively safe. Yi Xin walked to Yi Jing'an's side, smiled, and said, Dad, I told you I was wrongly accused, and I would prove myself. Now, the truth is out. Yi Jing'an stood up with a trembling body and nodded. Let's go, Yi Xin said to Yi Jing'an. Laban also stood up. Amidst the discussions and gazes of the crowd, they walked towards the door. The commotion behind them had nothing to do with them. All Yi Xin wanted to do was to make the truth public. Coupled with Xinhai Bank's intervention, under the double blow, the Yi family would inevitably suffer a heavy blow. The rest just needed to be handed over to the police for investigation. After leaving the hotel, Laban excitedly said, "Damn, that felt good." Did you see the expressions on the Yi family's faces? I've been in business for so many years, and this is the most satisfying battle I've ever fought. After this, Hanyu Group's market value is bound to rise. Yi Exan touched his nose. He didn't have many thoughts about Hanyu Group's value. He wasn't short of money, and this time, he still adhered to the night watchman's code. Many people didn't know why Yi Hung suddenly came forward and revealed everything. They didn't bother to think about it, because the Yi family scandal was undoubtedly the most explosive news. As for why Yi Hung exposed it, it wasn't that important. Undoubtedly, tomorrow's media headlines would most likely expose this matter. Even if they speculated, they would only guess that Lei Bin had bribed Yi Hung to expose the matter. Lei Bin and Hanyu Group were the main forces behind the Yi family's turmoil. And Yi Xin was just the small fry who had been framed and then worked under Lei Bin. Nothing more. "No, we have to go have a good meal to celebrate," Lei Bin said excitedly. Beside him, Yi Jingyan shook his head and said, "Mr. Lei, I want to go home and tell Yi Xin's mother the good news." "No problem," Lei Bin nodded. Yi Xin was also preparing to go back when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Jiaqi. "Hello." Yi Xin quickly answered the phone. "Get over here quickly. Number 2 has a problem," Jiaqi said. Yi Xin's expression suddenly changed. "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Yi Xin's eyes showed a hint of urgency as he said, "Chairman Lei, Dad, I need to go out for something. I'll leave first." Without waiting for Lei Bin and Yi Jingyan's approval, he ran straight outside. Watching Yi Xin run out, Yi Jingyan frowned slightly and said with a smile, "This kid's still so rash." Lei Bin patted Yi Jingyan's shoulder and said, "Jingyan, you've raised a good son." Yi Jingyan smiled. He actually didn't understand Lei Bin's meaning, thinking the praise was because of Yi Xin's earlier words that had given Hanyu Group the upper hand in this conflict with the Yi family. Yi Xin ran to the side where a black SUV was parked. He immediately opened the car door and jumped in. Inside were Qin Guosheng and Qi Huayu. Meanwhile, Yi Hung had also returned at some point and was sitting nervously in the back row. Seeing Yi Xin, both men were stunned. Qin Guosheng scolded, "What's going on? You're out so quickly? Wasn't this your redemption meeting? Just needed to tell the truth. Let everyone know what happened. That's enough. No need to say more," Yi Xin said. "Now quickly drive me here. To Dr. Zhi's place." Qin Guosheng asked in surprise. Yi Xin nodded. "Yes, there's something urgent, hurry." He didn't mention Huang Shiqi's situation. Since she didn't want to return to the night watchers, Yi Xin had promised her that. Qin Guosheng nodded and quickly started the car. At the entrance of the residential complex, Yi Xin said, "You all can go back." Qin Guosheng didn't think much of it and nodded, starting the car again. Meanwhile, Yi Xin rushed into the complex. Soon, he opened the door, and as soon as he walked in, he smelled disinfectant and blood. On the sofa, Jiaqi and Ming Xiaonan both sat looking somewhat tired. "Where's number 2? Yi Exan hurriedly asked as he approached. "In that room," Jiaqi said. Wherever Jiaqi lived, she would convert one room into an operating room. This was her habit because she was a night watcher. Every place they went meant potential missions, and as the team's doctor, she needed to be prepared for injuries or surgeries, so she always set up an operating room wherever she stayed. "I'll go check on her," Yi Xin said. "She's still unconscious, severely injured," Jiaqi said. Yi Xin frowned. "What exactly happened?" "Don't know the details. Last night when Xiaonan and I were patrolling, she called us herself. She was already badly injured by then," Jiaqi said. Previously, Yi Xin had given Huang Shiqi's phone number to Jiaqi, and they must have been in contact. "From the technique used, who do you think did this?" Yi Xin asked darkly. "I'll go cut them down right now. Among the known experts, I haven't seen this style before." "I'm not sure." Jiaqi shook her head. "Damn," Yi Xin cursed. While Yi Xin was looking upset and furious, meanwhile, at the Xingxing Hotel, 3rd floor, the Yi family's year-end summary had turned into a farce, and people had gradually left the hotel. Now only the Yi family members remained, mostly senior executives, along with Lu Yunshan's family. Yi Zhongheng, Yi Zikan, and others had been taken away by the police earlier. Before coming, Yi Xin had asked Qin Guosheng to coordinate with the police. He wanted to overturn the case, so naturally the police would intervene, and Yi Zhongheng and others had indeed committed crimes. Now the Yi family was shrouded in gloom. Everyone was looking at Yi Yongsheng. Yi Yongsheng, his hair gray, sat there and sighed, then pointed to a middle-aged man nearby and said, Yi Zhongyun, you take charge of family affairs. After today, our family... Ah, what was it all for? What was it all for back then? Lu Yunshan gritted his teeth and stood up saying, let's talk properly with Lei Bin. At worst we can make some compromises, no need to push things to the extreme. Yinshan, Yi Yongsheng rubbed his head and said, haven't you figured it out yet? In this matter, Lei Bin isn't the one in control. What do you mean? Lu Yunshan looked at him. Everyone else also looked at Lu Yunshan, who sighed and said, haven't you noticed? Everything started when Yi Xin returned to Linhai. After he came back, he became close with Lei Bin, then began investigating his affairs, until things exploded last week. You mean to say that Yi Xin is behind this? Lu Yunshan asked. Are you crazy? What gives him that right? I don't know what gives him the right, just a feeling. Yi Yongsheng sighed. If Lei Bin controlled all this, if he had the new C Bank's full support behind him, with his personality, he would have already made his big moves. This is all too coincidental. I can't help but think this way. Lu Yunshan's expression changed, but after thinking it through, he still felt it unlikely. Yi Yongsheng sighed, then looked at Yi Huan nearby and said, Yi Huan, tonight accompany me to Yi Jingan's house and bring Xiaolan too. Xiaolan was a girl from a branch of the Yi family who had been close to Yi Xin when they were young. But after Yi Jingan's incident, to protect themselves, they had cut off contact with him. Is it necessary? I think Yi Xin is just Lei Bin's pawn. Lu Yunshan shook his head. Yi Yongsheng sighed and shook his head. Yi Xin stayed at Jiaqiyu's place until evening, but Huang Shiqi still showed no signs of waking up. Yi Xin checked on her several times. Huang Shiqi remained pale, continuously unconscious. Yi Xin was heartbroken, but helpless. In the afternoon, on Weibo, many Linhai City headlines exposed the Yi family's affairs. It caused quite a stir. The Yi family stocks crashed again, falling sharply. Of course, Yi Xin no longer cared about any of this. After dinner, feeling uneasy, he planned to go home to inform his parents that he would move to Jiaqiyu's place. After letting Jiaqiyu know, Yi Xin headed home. Just as he reached the front door, Yi Xion's brows furrowed slightly. Inside, he heard multiple voices. From a rough count, there seemed to be over a dozen people. Jing'an, when you were in the Yi family before, I treated you well, didn't I? I saw your ability and had plans to promote you to the inner circle. Yi Yongsheng's voice came through saying, what happened back then was unavoidable. The family's reputation was really too damaged at the time. Yes, Jing'an, there's no need for things to end up like this. Another voice chimed in. We all share Yi family blood. Old Master Yi Yongsheng has said we can put your names back in the family genealogy. Just talk to Chairman Lei and ask him to show mercy. Yi Jing'an frowned and said, I really don't handle affairs at Hanyu Group. Yi Yongsheng pondered and said, then how about letting me talk to Yi Xin alone? Yi Xin isn't home. He left after leaving the hotel, Yi Jing'an quickly said. Yi Xin frowned and walked straight to the door, pushing it open and saying calmly, being kicked out was one thing. We could call it even, but you kept pushing us down, worried my father would rise again, targeting us again and again. Now the truth is out, and you want us to back off? As for your Yi family genealogy, sorry, I'm really not interested. Yi Xin. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze to the doorway. Yi Xin calmly walked into the room, looking at everyone present. When his gaze fell on a woman in her 20s, his brows furrowed slightly. At the same time, he gave a cold laugh and looked at Yi Yongsheng. Yi Yongsheng's face looked much older as he sat in his wheelchair. There were quite a few people in the room. Most of them were Chow Yun's relatives. Clearly, the news had spread online, and with the media coverage in Linhai, they all knew about the situation. So they came to congratulate them. But unexpectedly, Yi Yongsheng showed up. Yi Xin stood at the doorway, and coldly said to Ye Yongsheng, "Please leave. You're not welcome in our home." Ye Yongsheng looked at him and said, "Let's talk privately. It's better to clear things up." Ye Jing'an looked at Ye Xian and nodded. If it were just Ye Xian alone, he would have felt there was nothing to discuss with the Ye family. They framed me, and I struck back. But given Ye Jing'an's age, he probably had more concerns, just like how he didn't want to fall out with Chao Rong before. He probably hoped that Ye Xian could use his relationship with Lei Bin to not make things too absolute, and give the Ye family a way out no matter what. Ye Jing'an was a kind-hearted person. Ye Xian didn't say anything more and turned to Ye Yongsheng, saying, "Come with me." He glanced at Ye Huan without any expression. Ye Huan looked nervous but still pushed the wheelchair, following behind Ye Xian. The girl also followed them into Ye Xian's bedroom. Ye Xian closed the door and looked at Ye Yongsheng, calmly saying, "Actually, there's nothing for us to discuss. I just revealed the truth from back then. I can't help with your family's crisis. If it weren't for my father, I wouldn't even need to talk to you." Ye Yongsheng looked at Ye Xian and sighed, "I misjudged you back then." Ye Xian raised an eyebrow. "You were behind everything, weren't you?" Ye Yongsheng sighed. Ye Xian's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Ye Yongsheng to figure it out. He shrugged and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." "I can see you want to keep a low profile and don't want to admit it," Ye Yongsheng said. "But everything is too coincidental. Lei Bin is just the CEO of Hanyu Group, and Hanyu Group's shareholders are mysteriously untraceable. Yet you return and turn Linhai upside down. I've lived long enough to know about some underground matters." Ye Xian's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained unchanged. "Although I don't know which organization you're from, it doesn't matter anymore," Ye Yongsheng sighed. "I came here hoping you would show mercy, considering you were born into the Ye family, with Ye blood flowing through your veins, and considering I treated your father well back then." Ye Xian stared intensely at Ye Yongsheng. Ye Yongsheng said, "Ye Zhongheng and Ye Zichen did wrong. I won't defend them. They should go to jail if that's what's coming. Our Ye family has suffered enough losses because of what those father and son did. I hope you can give our family members a way out. Many of them are your uncles, and if the Ye family falls, they..." Ye Xian sneered. "Uncles? When you drove my father out, and I was imprisoned on false charges, you weren't so nice then." Beside them, Ye Lan's face showed conflict as she said, "Brother Ye Xian, we didn't want to ignore you back then, but Ye Zhongheng had spoken. We didn't dare defy him. Now Ye Zhongheng and Ye Zichen have paid the price." Ye Xian glanced at Ye Lan. He had indeed been on good terms with Ye Lan, and hearing her speak now made him somewhat troubled. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Talk to my father about this. If he's willing to forgive you, have him speak with President Lei. Whether President Lei wants to spare you or not isn't something I can control." Hearing this, Ye Yongsheng's heart leaped with joy. He was convinced that Ye Xian was behind everything, and in other words, he took this response as Ye Xian letting them off. He struggled to stand up, then fell to his knees before Ye Xian, saying, "Ye, our Ye family truly wronged you. This apology comes 9 years late. Grandfather." Ye Huan saw Ye Yongsheng kneel and hurried to help him up. Ye Xian frowned slightly and opened the door, saying, "Work it out with my father yourselves. I have things to do. I'm leaving." After walking out, Ye Jing'an saw Ye Xian emerge and quickly asked, "What did Ye Yongsheng say to you?" "Just some meaningless talk. Mom, Dad, remember I said I was moving out?" "Wanwan is urging me," Ye Xian said. Hearing this, Chao Yun's face lit up. "Then hurry and move out. What do you need to pack? I'll help you pack." At this moment, Ye Huan pushed Ye Yongsheng out. He looked at Ye Xian, then turned to Ye Jing'an, saying, "Jing'an, let's talk." Ye Jing'an looked at Ye Xian, who nodded at him, then returned to his room to start packing. As for whether Ye Jing'an would eventually compromise, that wasn't Ye Xian's concern anymore. During these 9 years of bearing false accusations, he felt he only owed his parents. As parents, they had many things to consider. Ye Xian wouldn't necessarily stay in Linhai long-term anyway. Whether returning to the Night Watchers or staying in the city to assist with their missions, he couldn't stay in one place forever. As his parents aged, they would need people around them. Otherwise, it would be too lonely. The so-called clearing of his name was just to let his parents live more openly and to vent the frustration he had held for 9 years. Under Chao Yun's urging, Ye Xian was practically pushed out of the house. Chao Yun seemed eager for him to start living with Jiang Wanwan and give her a grandchild soon. To this, Ye Xian could only feel helpless. Taking a breath, he dragged his suitcase, called a taxi, and headed back to Jiaqi place. Ming Xiaonan and Jiaqi had taken an afternoon nap and were now awake. Jiaqi sat there, spinning a surgical scalpel between her fingers. Ye Xian's heart skipped a beat. Jiaqi's scalpel wasn't just for saving people. She could kill without blinking, and every cut was precise. Take care of number 2, Jiaqi said. Xiaonan and I need to go on a mission. If number 2 wakes up, remember to call me and tell me her condition. Ye Xian nodded. All right. Jiaqi stood up, then frowned and said, also, keep an eye on Wang Jiaqi's situation. She's in the building next door with a bodyguard. If anyone tries anything, you should be able to sense the commotion. Remember to help if needed. No problem. Ye Xian quickly nodded. After Jiaqi and Ming Xiaonan left, Ye Xian carried a stool into the operating room. Huang Shiqi still lay there, her complexion showing some color, seeming to have recovered somewhat. Shiqi, what are you hiding from me? Ye Xian looked at Huang Shiqi and sighed. He sat down and took out his phone, which had many WeChat messages. From Chen Xiu, Zhou Qianqian, Qin Xiaowei, and Jiang Wanwan. Ye Xian replied to them one by one while chatting with them for a while. After some time, he heard a soft moan. He quickly looked toward the hospital bed. Huang Shiqi's tightly closed eyes moved slightly. Then, she slowly opened them. Seeing Ye Xian, she tried to sit up, but her body was too weak to manage it. Just lie still until you recover, Ye Xian said. As he finished speaking, he sensed something was wrong. He saw Huang Shiqi's eyes suddenly become moist. Then tears began flowing down her cheeks. Captain, I couldn't avenge number 7. They were too strong. I couldn't avenge number 7. I couldn't avenge Tang Tang. Tang Tang must be so disappointed. He must be so disappointed in me. Huang Shiqi's tears flowed as she mumbled. Tears slowly streamed down Huang Shiqi's face as her gaze became vacant and desperate. Beside her, Ye Xian's eyes showed a hint of confusion. When number 7 died, it involved people from several organizations, including Red Lotus. Red Lotus was the leader, and Ye Xian had always considered them the biggest enemy. He wanted to deal with Red Lotus first, then handle the others. Among these organizations, unless He Lantian had personally acted, Huang Shiqi wouldn't have been injured so severely. However, He Lantian wouldn't dare show himself now. If he came to Linhai, Red Rose would notify him immediately. Thinking about how Huang Shiqi had been hiding something from him, likely related to past events, he took a breath and asked her, what exactly happened? I really can't get revenge. I didn't want you to bear this burden. I wanted to quietly take revenge alone, but I couldn't defeat him. Huang Shiqi sobbed softly. Ye Xian held her hand and said gently, Shiqi, we're a team. Number 7's death. Is there something you're not telling me? We were on that mission together. His death is my responsibility too. I also need to avenge him. You don't need to hide things from me. Huang Shiqi's face showed inner struggle, her eyes filled with helplessness. She was a night watcher with an unyielding character, always prepared to sacrifice herself. But in the end, she was just a girl in her 20s. After training in Qin Guoxing Squad, they grew and formed their own special operations team. Although Huang Shiqi was the team's second strongest fighter, during missions, the team members always protected her well. She was the only woman on the team at that time. Jiaqi was considered an external medical officer, often assigned to other teams for missions. So, during missions, she was always positioned in the safest spot. Ye Xian, as captain and strongest fighter, always led from the front. He and number 7 formed the team's strongest shields, while Huang Shiqi usually covered the rear, protecting their backs. 3 years ago, in that battle, it was the same. In that fight, even Ye Xian was critically wounded. Number 7 couldn't hold on and died in battle. Number 2, who was covering the rear, only managed to escape. She had always been clear about this point, so when the matter now involved a first-generation Star Glory medal recipient of the Night Watchers, if Xin found out, things would certainly become chaotic. He wouldn't return to the Night Watchers. If he did, since it involved these matters, their side might be angry, but would likely tolerate it temporarily for the bigger picture. So she didn't want to contact the Night Watchers, instead hiding in the city, hunting down members of those organizations one by one. Until this time, she was overpowered and defeated. She felt somewhat broken inside. Xin looked at her tear-stained face and smiled, saying, "Don't you trust me? I told you. No matter what, we'll stand firmly together, facing this world and everything ahead." Huang Shiqi bit her lip, then looked at Xin and said, "That day, after we infiltrated and grabbed the box from He Tian, we encountered layers of encirclement. The attackers were all experts, with the weakest being above Red Lotus Red Card Assassin level. All our team members covering our retreat, all our pre-planned escape routes, were cut off." As Huang Shiqi spoke, the scene from that battle surfaced in Xian's mind. Yes, after they got it, they were surrounded. Xian and number 7 Li Tangdang fought desperately to break through. After escaping, they didn't meet their Night Watcher pickup team, but instead fell into another ambush. Later, Tang Tang activated his death surge to cover our escape. Huang Shiqi said, tears falling again. Xian's eyes also grew moist. Number 7, Li Tangtang. He was from the same class as Xian, their birthdays just one day apart. In the Night Watchers, he and Xian were inseparable, Xian's best brother, the kind forged through life and death. They were family. Huang Shiqi continued, "We split up to retreat then, since you had the box and most of the experts went after you. My situation was relatively easier. I was severely wounded but escaped. However, while escaping, I saw Sean Dumps. He was among those hunting me." Hearing this name, Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. Pelin Dumps was a first-generation Star Glory medal recipient of the Night Watchers. Sean Dumps was the third generation of the Dumps family. Because of the first-generation Star Glory, this family had enormous influence in Europe. Hearing Huang Shiqi's words, everything suddenly became clear to Xian. No wonder they were surrounded then. Everything seemed planned. No wonder all their escape routes were blocked, trapping them in a desperate situation. It turned out there was an internal problem, internal traitors. No wonder when the Night Watchers found him and helped restore his memories, they suggested he stay in the city. A first-generation Star Glory medal recipient had too much influence within the Night Watchers. If he returned, there would certainly be intense conflict. Without evidence, the Night Watchers might fall into civil strife. No wonder Qin Guoxing's expression was so strange when he heard about his meeting with Huang Shiqi. "How were you injured?" Xian asked, his eyes gleaming coldly. "I was hunting Sean Dumps. He's in Linhai now. The first time I tried to attack him, Qin Guoxing stopped me," Huang Shiqi said, pursing her lips. "Yesterday, I found his location. He's interested in a woman in Linhai. Yesterday, he was on a date with that woman. I found him and chased him to a remote area in the suburbs. Then, I encountered an expert. That person wore a black coat. I couldn't see their face, but their skills were extraordinary. I was no match for them." "Was it Jianxing?" Xian asked. Huang Shiqi was very powerful. As number 2 of the Night Watchers, she was truly exceptional. In the Night Watchers, number 0 was the strongest, number 1 rarely appeared, and was the most mysterious, so from this perspective, number 2 was effectively the second strongest in the Night Watchers. In the entire underground world, very few were stronger than Huang Shiqi. Plus, Jiaqi recently said Jianxing might appear in Linhai, so Xian suspected him. "Probably not." Huang Shiqi shook her head and said his fighting style was completely different from the Night Watchers, without any trace of Night Watcher techniques. Xian let out a long breath and said to Huang Shiqi, "You rest well. I'm going out for a while." "You?" Huang Shiqi was stunned. Xian smiled at her and said, "While I'm still clear-headed and unharmed, whoever hurt you must pay an adequate price, no matter who they are. Let alone, They're also Tong Tong's killer. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Huang Shiqi's tears fell again. Watching his departing figure, the pressure she'd carried for 3 years seemed to have. Just as Yi Xian was leaving at Yi Xian's home. After Yi Yongxing and Yi Jing'an talked for a long time in the study, He Huan pushed Yi Yongxing out, his face full of worry as he left Yi Jing'an's home. Seeing him leave, Chaoyan quickly ran over and asked, "What did you talk about for so long?" "He told me everything was orchestrated by Yi Xian," Yi Jing'an said helplessly. "He even begged me to put in a good word for them." "Orchestrated by Yi Xian?" Chao Yun said incredulously. Has Yi Yongxing lost his mind? She had nothing good to say about the Yi family. Then she looked at Yi Jing'an and asked, "How did you respond? You didn't agree, did you?" Yi Jing'an sighed and said, "What could I agree to? I barely have any authority in the Hanyu group, so I just brushed him off. That's why he kept pestering me." "That's exactly right," Chao Yun said angrily. "After all the disgusting things they did before, they should face the consequences. Those Yi family members kicked us while we were down back then. And now, they come running back playing the blood relation card." Humph. Yi Jing'an sighed, his expression somewhat complex. Then he shook his head and smiled, saying, "Anyway, now that Yi Xian has proven his innocence, we've made it through. I don't care about the rest." Yi Jing'an was kind, but not a saint. He couldn't possibly have no hard feelings about what happened 9 years ago. Not kicking someone when they're down was already generous enough. Speaking kindly? Out of the question. Now that Yi Xian's name was cleared, they could live proudly and openly, without worrying about others' judgment due to Yi Xian's criminal status. They could live well. That was enough. As for relatives and friends, those who kicked them when they were down, could they be called relatives and friends? Those who remained silent 9 years ago, could they be called relatives and friends? Why did they still refuse to turn against Chao Rong even when she treated them so badly? That's because during their hardest times 9 years ago, Chao Rong had offered some help and didn't turn against them because of Yi Xian's incident. What about the Yi family? So he chose not to help, but also didn't kick them while they were down. Speaking ill of them in front of Lei Bin was the most he could do. As for the Yi family's fate, let them fend for themselves. Yi Xian didn't know about the conversation between Yi Jing'an and Yi Yongxing. He had given all authority to Yi Jing'an. If Yi Jing'an spoke up, Lei Bin would naturally act. If he didn't speak up, Lei Bin also knew what to do. At this moment, Yi Xian rushed out of the room, pulled out his phone, found Jiaqi number, and dialed. Soon, the call connected, and Jiaqi asked, "Is No. 2 awake?" "Yes," Yi Xian said coldly. "Give me Sean Dump's address. Since he's appeared in Linhai, you must have been tracking his movements." Jiaqi was silent for a moment before saying, "It seems No. 2 has told you everything. So, don't try to talk me out of it," Yi Xian said flatly. Tang Tang's death, No. 2's injuries, someone must be held responsible. I'm going to kill Sean Dumps first. Yi Xian, I won't try to stop you, but you must consider the consequences. It's not that we don't want to act, but we have no evidence. No. 2's testimony alone isn't enough proof, Jiaqi said. Killing someone from the Dumps family will cause chaos among the Night Watchers. He is, after all, a first-generation star-bearer if you act. I have a star medal too, Yi Xian sneered. Besides, I won't cause trouble for the Night Watchers. Not many people know I'm back, including the Night Watchers. They won't know who did it. If they find out, I'll announce that I've left the Night Watchers. Yi Xian, don't be rash. Jiaqi's tone changed dramatically when she heard Yi Xian wanted to leave the Night Watchers. I'll say it again. Tang Tang's death, Shiqi's injuries yesterday. Whoever did it must be held responsible, must face the consequences. Yi Xian said coldly. I don't care who they are. Right now, I'm going to kill him. If you won't give me the address, fine. I'll find him myself. Even if I have to turn Linhai upside down, I'll kill him. If I can't find him, I'll go to Europe and kill that old dog Pelin Dumps. After a moment of silence, Jiaqi's tone returned to its usual coolness, saying, Wait downstairs, I'll be right back. Then she calmly added, Tang Tang's death has been a thorn in my heart too. Since I can't talk you out of it, I'll join you. I'll go with you. Yi Xian was stunned and was about to say something, but Jiaqi had already hung up. giving him no chance to respond. At the community entrance, Yi Xin stood waiting calmly. After a while, an SUV stopped in front of him. Ming Xiaonan had changed back into her usual clothes, while Jiaqi, sitting in the driver's seat, was still wearing her night watcher uniform, all black, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. The door opened, and Ming Xiaonan jumped out saying, "I'll take good care of Sister Shiqi. Be careful. Whoever could hurt Shiqi like that is dangerous." Yi Xin nodded and got into the passenger seat. Jiaqi, with her cold expression, calmly said, "Wuming and Pokong are in the back seat." Yi Xin paused and asked, "You brought my swords? You'll need weapons if Jianxing shows up," Jiaqi said calmly. "The uniform is there too. Change in the back seat." Yi Xin pondered for a moment, then nodded. He moved to the back seat as Jiaqi started the car. After changing into his uniform, he climbed back to the passenger seat. "The night watcher uniform still feels comfortable," Yi Xin grinned. "Put on your mask later," Jiaqi said again. Most night watchers don't reveal their faces, so during missions, they wear masks that only show their eyes, concealing their identities. "I know the rules," Yi Xin smiled, then looked at Jiaqi and said, "You don't need to get involved in this. I can go alone." "Stop talking," Jiaqi said coldly. In the southeast of Linhai, in the suburbs behind a grove of trees, stood a luxurious villa. The villa was brightly lit, and inside, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes sat holding a glass of wine. Across from him sat a person wearing a black robe, legs crossed. Sean Dump smiled and spoke in fluent Chinese. "Mr. Lin, when do you plan to act? Once you do, I can return smoothly. I don't want to stay here another day. I feel that woman might come to kill me again." "No rush. Because of Wang Jiaqi, many night watchers are here now. Plus, Jianxing said the former Zero is in Linhai. We don't know what they look like. Acting would be risky," the man in the coat across from him said flatly. "With you here, I naturally have nothing to fear," Sean Dump said. "Now that we have Red Lotus, the Dumps family, and with you and Mr. Hidden joining, the Master will surely bestow his grace upon us." The middle-aged man across from him gave a light chuckle, but said nothing. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's ears twitched slightly. He picked up his wine glass and walked upstairs, saying, "Someone's coming. Probably night watchers coming to question us. Handle it yourself. Don't worry. They won't dare do anything to me," Sean Dump said flatly. The middle-aged man walked upstairs, and soon there was a knock at the door. Sean Dumps walked to the door and opened it. Yi Xin and Jiaqi stood there. Jiaqi wasn't wearing a mask, her beautiful eyes fixed on Sean Dumps. "Wow, Dr. Ja, I never expected you to visit me personally. What an honor. Please come in." Sean Dumps obviously knew Jiaqi, as he was also a night watcher. As for Yi Xin, he completely ignored him, assuming he was just an ordinary night watcher Jiaqi had brought along. He didn't know that Yi Xin was actually death. "You injured No. too, didn't you?" After entering, Jiaqi spoke coldly. Sean Dumps shrugged indifferently and said, "She tried to kill me, then got injured by me. You know, your former No. 2 of the night watchers turned out to be so weak. Seems you've declined. The previous Jianxing, the last generation's Yi Xin, they were the ones who made the underworld tremble. You owe me an explanation," Jiaqi said coldly. "Explanation? What explanation?" Sean Dumps sneered and asked. "Your people attacked me, and due to their own incompetence, got injured. I'm already being merciful by not demanding an explanation from you. Yet you're asking me for one? What a joke. You know very well why she wanted to kill you, don't you?" "Dr. Ja sneered. Sean Dumps smiled, swirling his wine glass. "I certainly don't know, but of course, Dr. Ja, if you're willing to sleep with me, perhaps I might remember. You think you're worthy to fight No. 2. Yi Xin sneered and said calmly, "You up there, come down." Hearing Yi Xion's words, Sean Dumps finally noticed him and sneered. "I'm talking to Dr. Ja. Who are you to interrupt?" In the next instant, he saw the sword hilts on Yi Xion's back, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "Pokong and Wuming, you are Xing." Before he could finish speaking, the sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Inside the villa, Sean Dump's pupils constricted. In the next instant, Yi Xian's sword emerged from behind. He didn't bother wasting words with this person, raising his blade to strike. He wanted to kill this guy, then deal with the one upstairs. Zero. You're zero. Sean Dump's face changed dramatically, his wine glass falling to the ground as he shouted, Mr. Lin, save me. Bang. Upstairs, there was suddenly an explosive sound, followed by breaking glass. The person upstairs jumped directly through the window, and then Yi Xian sensed the person rapidly moving away. Indeed, when he heard Sean Dump say the words zero, the person didn't even attempt to fight, choosing to flee immediately. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly as he looked at Sean Dumps. You can't kill me, Sean Dump said, his face wild with fear. My grandfather is a first-generation Star Blue. Killing me will cause chaos among the Night Watchers. Where's your evidence? Yi Xian calmly looked at him and said, 3 years ago, you left no evidence. Today, where's your evidence? Daring to attack number 2, daring to kill Tang Tang. You deserve death. Sean Dumps froze, not expecting Yi Xian to say this. Also, I'll soon send your grandfather, that old dog, to meet you. Yi Xian sneered, and with a single hand movement, blade flashing, Sean Dump's head separated from his body. His face still showed disbelief. You handle this, I'll pursue, Yi Xian said calmly. That person is the real culprit who injured number 2. Clean this up thoroughly. Don't worry, I'm a professional, Jiaqi said calmly. Yi Xian said no more, rushing out of the villa, pursuing in the direction the person had fled. In the night, Yi Xian moved with incredible speed, like a cheetah, swiftly giving chase. After pursuing for a while, Yi Xian stopped, his brows furrowing. That person's aura had suddenly vanished. Damn! Yi Xian cursed, then slowly walked back. At the villa entrance, Jiaqi had already come out. Seeing Yi Xian, she asked, Resolved? Lost him. This person is indeed skilled and extremely good at escaping. Later, have the Night Watchers check which experts have the surname Lin, Yi Xian said. I understand, Jiaqi said. I've handled this to look like an assassination. They won't find any flaws. Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian and said, He's dead, but we can't rashly move against the Dumps family. Having left the Night Watchers, revenge will be difficult. Just the 3 of us, you, me, and number 2 going in would be suicide. Yi Xian's brows furrowed. Let's get in the car and go back, Jiaqi said. We'll plan the other matters carefully. Yi Xian nodded, not saying much. When this vendetta involved a first-generation star of the Night Watchers, it indeed couldn't be resolved with brute force alone. Even going to Europe, Yi Xian would have to choose assassination as his only path. After getting in the car, Yi Xian calmly said, Don't tell those old folks that I know about this matter. I'll stay in the city for now, continuing to cooperate with your missions. For Tang Tang's revenge, I'll take it slowly. Jiaqi looked at Yi Xian, finally showing a relieved smile. All right. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking garage. After parking, Jiaqi looked at Yi Xian and said, You change clothes first, then go down. Yi Xian coughed and said, Why don't you change first? I'll keep watch. If any bastard tries to peek at you, I'll twist their head off. Jiaqi's face turned cold as she looked at Yi Xian. Are you going to change or not? I'll change. I'll change first, okay? Yi Xian coughed and said, Don't peek. Is there any part of you I haven't seen? Jiaqi retorted. This left Yi Xian somewhat embarrassed. During his time with the Night Watchers, Jiaqi had treated all his injuries, so she had indeed seen most of his body. Yi Xian went to the back seat, changing while saying, You've seen everything but still won't take responsibility. Seeing Jiaqi's face growing increasingly cold, Yi Xian dared not speak further. He finished changing and jumped out of the car. After Jiaqi changed as well, they both headed upstairs. After a quick wash, Yi Xian returned to the hospital room. Seeing Yi Xian enter, Huang Shiqi quickly asked, How did it go? I killed Sean Dumps, but the one who attacked you escaped. I couldn't catch up. Yi Xian said. However, Sean Dumps called him Mr. Lin, so it probably wasn't Jian Xing. Hearing that Sean Dumps was dead, Huang Shiqi's eyes grew hot with tears. Shiqi, you didn't need to hide these things from me. Yi Xian held her hand and said, focus on recovering. When you're better, we'll face all this together and avenge Tang Tang together. Huang Shiqi nodded. Yi Xian and Jiaqi stayed to talk with her for a while longer until she fell asleep. After she was sound asleep, Yi Xian, Jiaqi, and Ming Xiaonan left the hospital room. After saying goodbye to the two, Yi Xian quickly washed up and lay down in his own bed. Just as he lay down, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Bai Yao calling. Yi Xian paused, then answered. Hello, you're still up this late? I sent you many messages, but you didn't reply. Bai Yao said. Are you angry? Angry? Why would I be angry? Yi Xian said. I've been busy all day, didn't check my phone. Oh, I thought now that the truth is out. You might be angry about how my family treated you before. Bai Yao said, then sighed. Yi Xian, let's have lunch together tomorrow. Sure. Yi Xian nodded and said, we should celebrate. Invite Jiang Wanwan and the others, my treat. I meant, just you and me having lunch, I want to talk with you. Bai Yao hesitated before speaking. Yi Xian was stunned, but still nodded. All right. Then tomorrow noon, let's meet at Ronghua restaurant. Bai Yao said, then hung up. Yi Xian didn't think much of it, turned off his phone, and lay in bed, sorting through events as he gradually fell asleep. He slept until past 10 the next morning before lazily getting up. Since returning home, he had been woken up by Yi Jingyan every morning, and he hadn't slept this well in a long time. Walking out of his room, he saw Jiaqi and Ming Xiaonan sitting on the sofa. Seeing Yi Xian, Jiaqi said, your breakfast is on the table. Eat it yourself. Someone invited me to a big meal. Yi Xian said with a grin. I need to keep my stomach empty. Jiaqi glanced at him and snorted, then said, handle things here quickly. Then we need to leave Linhai. Yi Xian frowned and asked, what's wrong? The Wang family thinks Linhai isn't safe. They plan to take Wang Jiaqi back to Beijing, and we need to go too. Jiaqi said. Yi Xian's eyes flickered slightly, then gleamed coldly as he said, going to Beijing is good. Underground organizations are more active there. How about this? I'll handle things here first. You can go ahead. I'll come with Shiqi after she recovers a bit. Also, don't tell them about number 2's situation. She doesn't want to go back right now. Jiaqi nodded. I understand. How's the Sean Dump situation? Yi Xian thought and asked. It's been reported up. The conclusion is assassination. The Dumps family will probably send people, but they won't find anything, and they have no evidence. Even if they know you did it, they can't do anything. Jiaqi said. All right, I'm heading out then. Saying this, Yi Xian walked outside. After leaving, Yi Xian hailed a taxi and headed to Ronghua Tower. He soon arrived at Ronghua Tower, getting there about 5 minutes before his noon appointment with Bai Yao. As it was lunchtime, more and more people were gathering in front of the building. At the entrance, the manager of Ronghua Tower spotted Yi Xian and came over to greet him. Mr. Yi here for lunch again? As a black gold card holder of Ronghua Tower, and given that most patrons were well-dressed elites, plus his previous conflict with Liu Bai's group, the staff naturally recognized him. Yi Xian nodded. Which floor would you like to dine on, mister? Yi? I'll reserve a spot for you, the manager said politely. President Qin mentioned that you're our VIP guest, and we can always make arrangements in advance when you visit. Yi Xian rubbed his nose, thinking that since Bai Yao wanted to dine alone, she probably preferred a quiet private room. I'll take a private room. Any floor is fine, Yi Xian said. All right, I'll reserve one on the 5th floor, the manager said with a smile. Thank you, Yi Xian quickly replied. No problem, the manager said before returning inside. Among the passing crowd, some people who recognized Yi Xian would curiously glance at him. Many high-end clientele of Ronghua Tower were from Linhai City, and some had attended yesterday's Yi family year-end meeting where Yi Xian had appeared on stage, so it wasn't surprising they recognized him. Yi Xian paid no attention to these looks. After 2 minutes, a car stopped, and Bai Yao stepped out. She had clearly dressed up carefully, wearing light makeup and a pure white dress that gave her an elegant appearance. Combined with her natural grace, she looked like a goddess. She walked up to Xin and smiled gently. "Sorry to keep you waiting. What can't be said over the phone?" Xin asked. He was quite afraid of this woman, mainly because she was too seductive. Before, when Red Rose didn't know he was Night Watchman Zero, having a relationship wouldn't have mattered. But after finding out, Xin became hesitant to get involved with her. If he got poisoned during their activities, it would be a terrible loss. This woman was mentally unstable. Who knows what she might do? So if possible, Xin preferred to avoid meeting her face to face. "I just want to see you. You never reply to my messages or contact me." Red Rose's pitiful voice came through the phone. Stop, I can't handle you talking like that," Xin said. "Can't handle it? Then come handle me," Red Rose said again. "Damn it." Xin couldn't take it anymore and quickly said, "If you don't tell me, I'm hanging up." Fine, I'll tell you," Red Rose finally spoke in a normal tone. "He Tian probably won't be coming out anytime soon." "Oh." Xin's expression changed slightly. "You know his location?" "Not exactly. He's always hiding, never revealing his position, but based on our analysis, he's most likely hiding in Sin City," Red Rose said. Hearing this, Xin frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" "Most likely. I've tried contacting him, and every response is very slow. If he were outside, it shouldn't be like this," Red Rose said thoughtfully. "Is he willing to come out?" Xin asked again. "I'm slowly working on it." Red Rose paused, then calmly said, "But recently there's something with Red Lotus. They've joined forces with the Hermits and the Dempsey family, and they might be cooperating with the Dempsey family. Do you have evidence?" Xin's eyes narrowed. If there was evidence, dealing with the Dempsey family wouldn't be so troublesome. "There won't be any evidence," Red Rose said. "I only got this information from bits and pieces of what He Tian told me. She asked me to contact Sean Dempsey here, saying he had something to tell me, but when I tried last night, I couldn't reach him." Xin rubbed his nose and said, "You can't reach him because he's dead." "Oh, did you do it?" Red Rose asked in surprise. Xin nodded. "Yes. The information leaked from 3 years ago's battle. It was from the Dempsey family, wasn't it?" Red Rose shook her head. "I don't know. I only know there's a mole in the Night Watchers and they're high-ranking. Besides He Tian, no one knows who it is." Xin sighed. Sure enough, the Dempsey family left no evidence when doing these things. He exhaled and said, "Do you have information about other Red Lotus experts?" "No, we rarely contact each other," Red Rose said. "Most people just live their own lives, waiting for He Tian to assign tasks." "All right then, I'm hanging up. Remember to cut ties with the Zhou family," Xin said. "Oh my, you're so unwilling to talk to me. It makes me even more excited," Red Rose said coquettishly. Xin cursed internally and quickly hung up the phone. After hanging up, Xin exhaled, and at this moment, the waiter slowly brought out the dishes. Xin ate quite a bit by himself, then leisurely left Ronghua Tower. Wang Jiaqi's situation was being watched by Jiaqi and others, so he didn't need to rush back. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to an internet cafe to play some games. After searching on his phone, he headed towards the internet cafe. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly rang out from not far away. Xin looked towards the sound, and his brows immediately furrowed. Not far away, a black sedan and a red sports car had collided. Damn! Xin was startled and couldn't help but move closer. People around also gradually gathered. Xin walked to the front and saw that the black sedan had rear-ended the other car and would probably be fully responsible. The black sedan wasn't bad. It was an Audi A6, but compared to the black Ferrari in front, the difference was too great. This Audi is in trouble. With damage like this, they'll have to pay quite a bit in compensation. The onlookers began discussing. Xin frowned. At this moment, a very burly man stepped out of the front driver's seat. He wore sunglasses and looked angry. Walking to the back, he knocked on the Audi's door and shouted, "Open up! Open up!" Xin's frown deepened. Through the window, he saw in the driver's seat a fairly pretty woman, around 30 years old, without makeup but still quite beautiful. However, Her hair was messy now, and because of the accident, her head seemed to have been hit, with blood slowly dripping from her forehead. In the back seat lay a 3 or 4-year-old child who seemed to have passed out and was breathing rapidly, probably sick. Hearing the burly man's shouts, the woman in the driver's seat quickly opened the door, and then the middle-aged man roughly pulled her out of the car. Someone who saw the woman said, "Hey, isn't that Lu Jia?" "It really seems to be." Xin was confused and frowned, asking, "Who's Lu Jia?" "She hasn't been in the news much these past 2 years, so it's normal you don't know. She used to be the leading host at Linhai TV, but she's faded from the spotlight recently. Being a female celebrity is all about youth, and now Qin Fei is the most popular at Linhai TV." Xion's expression changed slightly at the mention of Qin Fei. She was the host from the auction. Yeah, after Qin Fei rose to fame, the 2 popular variety shows that Lu Jia used to host were taken over by Qin Fei, and then Lu Jia gradually faded from public view. Hearing this, Xion frowned and looked at the sports car. In the passenger seat sat someone. Xion looked once, and his face showed surprise. The passenger wore a hat and sunglasses. But with Xion's strong observation skills, he recognized her at a glance. It was Qin Fei. So, what was the situation now? Was an older celebrity unsatisfied with the current star and planning to crash into her car for mutual destruction? Qin Fei sat there, uninjured, with a faint smile on her lips that held a hint of mockery, though this smile was quickly concealed. Seeing this, Xion's heart stirred slightly. "Do you know how to drive? Do you know how to drive?" The burly man pushed Lu Jia and shouted, "Tell me, how are we going to handle this?" Lu Jia seemed to finally come to her senses. She looked at the burly man in surprise and quickly said, "Brother Su, I really didn't mean to. I was rushing to take my child to the hospital. He has a high fever. For old time's sake, please let me take him to the hospital first, okay? Your child is sick, so you have to crash into us? You clearly recognize this as Schwer's car, yet you deliberately crashed into it." The man called Brother Su yelled, "Do you know how expensive this car is? Can you afford to pay for it with your current income? Can you take responsibility if Schwer is injured? Your child needs to see a doctor, but Schwer needs to get to the film set. Can you compensate for delaying the shoot? Tell me, how are we going to handle this?" "Brother Su, my child really has a very high fever. You were driving fast then slow, so I tried to overtake, and that's why I crashed," Lu Jia pleaded. "I'll take all responsibility. Just let me see Sister Schwer for a moment. Let me talk to her personally, please." "You think you're worthy of seeing Schwer now?" Brother Su sneered. "Stop the nonsense. Wait for the police to come and handle this before you go." "Brother Su, when you used to work for me, I treated you well. Please help me out. The child is really very sick," Lu Jia begged, not even caring about the blood on her forehead. Hearing this, Xion looked again at the Ferrari's passenger seat. In the passenger seat, Qin Fei's smile grew slightly wider, as if she was thoroughly enjoying Lu Jia's predicament. At the accident scene, more and more people gathered. Lu Jia gritted her teeth, then turned toward the car and said, "Sister Schwer, please, I'll pay whatever compensation is needed, but please let me and my child go to the hospital first, okay?" From the passenger seat, Qin Fei finally opened the car door. When she appeared, the crowd stirred. Clearly, she was very popular. "Sister Jia, it's you. Even if you resent me and want revenge, you shouldn't do it like this." Qin Fei covered her mouth, looking wronged. Xion was dumbfounded. Indeed worthy of being a celebrity. Such acting skills were incredible. Lu Jia's tears fell as she looked at Qin Fei and said, "Schwer, I really didn't mean to, and I never thought about revenge. I just want to take my child to see a doctor. But there's been an accident. We have to wait for the police to resolve this. What can we do?" Qin Fei appeared conflicted. Seeing this, Xion cursed internally. "Damn, when I first saw her hosting, I thought she seemed nice. This is completely a white lotus in full bloom." Among the crowd, there were clearly many of Qin Fei's fans. Someone shouted, "I heard Lu Jia was upset because Qin Fei took her hosting job. Looks like it's true." "That's right, Fei. Don't let her go. She tried to hit you with her car. We should call the police." "Such great acting. Why were all your previous dramas so terrible? Many people even made sarcastic remarks. Lu Jia was completely isolated and nearly emotionally broken. She bit her lip and looked at Qin Shui, saying, Qin Shui, do you really need to be so ruthless? I'm begging you, let me save my child. Qin Shui pouted and said, Oh my, your nephew is sick? But now there's been an accident, and without waiting for the police to handle it, what can we do? I'm also a bit conflicted. I don't know what to do. The voices around them continued to echo. Shui, why are you wasting words with her? Brother Su snapped. Wait for the police to come and handle it properly. We can't let her leave, or she might deny everything later. Qin Shui looked at Lu Jia and said, Sister Jia, I really want to let you go, but this is my first time dealing with something like this. You know, I'm inexperienced and don't know what to do. How about you just wait? Wait. Lu Jia's face changed. Mom. Mom. From inside the car came a weak, childish voice. Lu Jia gritted her teeth, then lowered her head and said, Shui, I was really wrong. Please give my child a chance to live. I'll kneel before you. As she spoke, her knees bent, about to kneel on the ground. Oh no, Sister Jia, don't do that. Qin Shui screamed, but made no move to stop her. Behind her sunglasses, her eyes flickered with satisfaction. Just as Lu Jia was about to kneel, Jiaqi couldn't watch anymore. He stepped forward and caught her arm, saying, Don't kneel. Who are you? What's it to you? Brother Su glared at Jiaqi for stopping Lu Jia. Jiaqi gave him a cool look, while beside them, Qin Shui also noticed Jiaqi. Her expression shifted slightly as if recognizing him, and her brows furrowed. Jiaqi ignored them both and asked Lu Jia, Is the child's condition serious? Yes, high fever 39. 6 degrees, Lu Jia said through tears. Jiaqi's expression changed slightly. He quickly opened the car door and felt the child's forehead, which was indeed burning hot. He hurriedly picked up the child and said, Let's go to the hospital first. We can deal with everything else later. What are you doing? Brother Su quickly blocked Jiaqi's path as he tried to leave with the child. Holding the child, Jiaqi turned to look at Qin Shui and asked, This is a matter of life and death. The child has a fever of 39, 6 degrees, and if it continues, there will be serious consequences. After we get them to the hospital, we can deal with this situation. As Brother Su was about to speak, Qin Shui quickly said, Brother Su, let them go. It really is a matter of life and death. Nearby, someone muttered, Shui is too kind, letting Lu Jia off so easily. She's getting away with it. People complained, and Jiaqi laughed coldly to himself without saying anything. This Qin Shui was the ultimate White Lotus, and she actually had so many brain-dead fans. This truly was a world that judged by appearances. He flagged down a taxi, put the little girl in the front passenger seat, and sat in the driver's seat saying, Linhai First People's Hospital. As the taxi started moving, Jiaqi turned to look at Lu Jia's bleeding forehead, frowned, and asked the driver, Do you have any tissue? The driver nodded and took out some tissues. Jiaqi passed them over saying, Take care of that for now. Though we're strangers, thank you so much, Lu Jia said tearfully as she took the tissues. From what you said, it seems Qin Shui recognized you. She deliberately drove erratically to harass you. Jiaqi asked, Do you have a grudge? Lu Jia sighed and said, That's show business. New stars replace the old. When she first debuted, I was at my peak and always ranked above her in the company. Now that she's made it, she started targeting me while acting like a White Lotus in public. As she spoke, her face showed a bitter, self-mocking smile. Jiaqi didn't ask anything more, as it was other people's business. While Jiaqi was rushing to the hospital with them, back at the scene, Brother Su looked at the people filming with their phones, frowning as he stood beside Qin Shui and asked quietly, You let her go so easily. That's not like you. Qin Shui pouted and said, That man has close ties with Lei Bin. We can't afford to offend big capital like Lei Bin. Aren't we currently negotiating endorsements and film investments with Lei Bin's side? Let's give him face. Brother Su was stunned. Couldn't tell from how he dressed. He's low-key. He previously spent several million on a painting, Qin Fei said flatly. By the way, call the agent and tell her what happened. Smear Lu Jiao online and boost my image. She'll know how to write it. Brother Su nodded. All right, I'll call now. Meanwhile, at Linhai University, Chen Xiu and Wang Jiaqi were both carrying huge drawing boards, making quite a sight on campus. Chen Xiu grumbled. You're really going back to Beijing? Wang Jiaqi nodded. Yeah, my family is worried about my safety here, so they're urging me to return. I don't feel anything about it, though. I'm so capable that no one can threaten me. Then we'll only see each other during holidays, Chen Xiu sighed. What about you? Didn't your dad come back for you? Wang Jiaqi asked. What's the situation now? Why don't you come to Beijing with me? My family found a master painter to be my teacher. Chen Xiu waved her hand. Me? No way, my mom would never allow me to go to Beijing. My dad's been trying to reconcile with her lately, but my mom refuses. What about you? What do you think? Wang Jiaqi asked. Me? Chen Xiu shook her head. I don't want them to get back together either. My dad is a scumbag. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll send you off tonight. We'll invite all our friends, my treat, Chen Xiu said. Wang Jiaqi nodded. By the way, invite Xin too. He's my neighbor now. I thought he was interesting, but just as I became his neighbor, I have to leave. Sure, I'll message him and ask. Chen Xiu nodded. At Linhai First People's Hospital, after arriving with the others, Xin helped Lu Jia register for emergency care since she was injured. Soon, the child was taken away, and Xin accompanied Lu Jia for some basic bandaging. Fortunately, her injuries weren't serious. After some treatment, her forehead was bandaged, and she put on a mask and sunglasses. After all, she was a celebrity, and to avoid unnecessary attention, she needed to conceal her identity. After being bandaged, she quickly walked to the ward. Seeing her child receiving in 4 drip and in stable condition, she let out a slight sigh of relief. She stood up and looked at Xin, saying, Thank you. Really thank you. It's nothing. I just thought Qin Fei was too fake, couldn't stand it, so I just helped out. Don't think too much of it. Xin waved his hand and said, but regarding Qin Fei's car compensation, it won't be a small amount. You should be mentally prepared. Lu Jia's expression changed slightly as she asked, How much do you think it will be? Probably 7 figures or more, Xin said. This amount shouldn't be a big deal for these celebrities, especially those who were once famous. However, to his surprise, when Lu Jia heard this number, she trembled slightly and said, That much? You can't afford it? Xin asked in surprise. Lu Jia sighed and said, For my former self, it wouldn't have been much, but I really don't have much money now. 7 figures. As they were talking, a voice came from the ward in trance. Excuse me, which one is Ms. Lu Jia? Lu Jia quickly stood up, removing her sunglasses, and said, That's me. A doctor in a white coat glanced at her, then looked outside and politely said, They're in here. Soon, Xin saw a tall figure walking towards them, with Manager Su following behind her, along with several bodyguards. They entered the ward, and Qin Fei removed her sunglasses. When she saw Xin, her eyebrows twitched slightly. She looked at Xin and asked, Mr. Yi, I heard from people at the Hanyu group that you're President Lei Bin's assistant. That time you bid 50 million. You were bidding for President Lei? Xin's expression changed slightly. Obviously, Qin Fei had some connections with Hanyu Group senior management and had called to inquire about him earlier. Xin rubbed his nose and said, I suppose so. Why? Nothing. Qin Fei glanced at Xin and said, I just want to tell you that it's better not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Losing your job wouldn't be good. Although your father holds a vice president position at Hanyu Group, it's just an honorary position and can't protect you. Xin raised an eyebrow. This Qin Fei was threatening him. He also noticed that Qin Fei was quite pragmatic. Before investigating him, her tone when speaking to him was different. Now, after investigating, her attitude towards him had completely changed, full of arrogance and disdain. After speaking, she reached back with one hand, and Manager Su quickly handed her a document. Qin Fei took it and placed it in front of Lu Jia, saying coldly, This is the police report. It's entirely your fault. My car has been towed to the 4S shop, and it needs major repairs. This car cost me 20 million, but I know your situation, so I won't make things difficult for you. Just pay 2 million, that should be enough. That shouldn't be hard for you, right, Sister Jiaqi? Lu Jia's face changed slightly, and she smiled bitterly at Qin Fei, saying, "This. Isn't that too much? What about insurance? I don't have time to deal with insurance." "What's wrong, Lu Jia? You've been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and you were once famous. Can't you even come up with 2 million now?" Qin Fei asked. Yi Xian frowned and said, "Let's follow the proper procedures. Her car has insurance this traffic accident." "This seems to be none of your business," Qin Fei said coldly. "Yi Xian, right? I just warned you. By the way, I'm quite familiar with your company, and we're currently discussing endorsement deals with Hanyu Group, along with various film and television collaborations. For a mere presidential assistant like you, getting you fired would just take a word from me." "Is that so?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this was intentional, wasn't it? You drove in front, and when you discovered Lu Jia's car behind you, you deliberately drove erratically to annoy her, then cut her off when she tried to overtake. Don't make wild accusations." Qin Fei's eyes flickered slightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, "How about this? Let's both compromise. Lu Jia has a child to take care of, and it's not easy for her. Why don't you waive her responsibility?" "Waive it? On what grounds?" Qin Fei laughed lightly, looking at Yi Xian with disdain. "If you had bought that painting yourself back then, perhaps I could have considered it for your sake, since 2 million is nothing to me. Just a couple of songs on stage would earn that much. Unfortunately, you're just a small assistant at Hanyu Group." Then she looked at Lu Jia, whose expression had turned unpleasant, and said, "Sister Jiaqi, or perhaps, if you kneel down and apologize properly to me, maybe I'll waive it." Lu Jia frowned. Yi Xian wasn't clear about any previous grudges between them, but Qin Fei's White Lotus act in public versus her malicious behavior in private made him feel disgusted. He spoke calmly, "Indeed, you're quite the actress. Your public performance is impressive. I may not have much power, but I should be able to prevent Hanyu Group from cooperating with you." Qin Fei scoffed. "You? A mere presidential assistant? What a joke." Yi Xian smiled slightly and took out his phone, finding Lei Bin's number. At this moment, Qin Fei also took out her phone and said to Yi Xian, "Your job is gone." Almost simultaneously, they both made their calls. Soon, Qin Fei connected her call and spoke in a coquettish tone. "President Lin, oh my. That Yi Xian from your company, the one I asked you to check on, President Lei's assistant. He's targeting me everywhere. We're about to collaborate, and his attitude towards me makes things very difficult. Yes, please fire him." Qin Fei looked at Yi Xian with a cold smile and said, "I can even lower my endorsement fee a bit." "Okay, moi." After hanging up, she looked at Yi Xian provocatively and said, "You're finished." Beside them, Lu Jia's face changed. Yi Xian had saved her child, and if he lost his job because of this, she would feel terrible. "I'll kneel." Yi Xian stopped her, then spoke into his phone. "Why did it take so long to answer?" "I was dealing with the Yi family's matters." Yi Yongsheng came begging like a grandson, Lei Bin said with a laugh. "What's up? Something wrong? Is the company negotiating an endorsement deal with Qin Fei?" Yi Xian asked. "Yes, there is such a thing. She's endorsing our jewelry, and we're planning to cast her as the female lead in a big-budget film we're investing in. She's quite popular, has many fans, and she's beautiful." "Why? Are you interested in her? Want me to arrange something? Maybe take advantage of the situation?" Lei Bin said sleazily. Yi Xian. Then he looked at Qin Fei's alluring figure and smiled slightly. "That won't be necessary. If the contract hasn't been signed yet, just replace her." "Oh?" Lei Bin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll handle it. Give me 5 minutes." After that, Yi Xian hung up. Qin Fei looked at Yi Xian and said, "TSK, big shot. Wanting to replace me. Laughable." Yi Xian smiled at her and said, "5 minutes." In the hospital room, the child was still receiving in 4 drip. Lu Jia stood by the child's bedside, her face filled with conflicted emotions. Across from her, Qin Fei, wearing sunglasses, maintained her arrogant demeanor. She looked at Exin with a cold smile and said, 5 minutes? You'll announce that you received a call from the company's HR department in 5 minutes? Exin, who do you think you are? Just a small executive assistant. You really think you're somebody important? Exin rubbed his nose and ignored her. Lu Jia's face was full of worry. In fact, she also didn't believe Exin had such ability. She was concerned that Exin might lose his job because of her. But seeing the calm expression on Exin's face, she began to have some doubts. Exin gently supported her and said, just sit down and relax, everything will be fine. Beside them, Qin Fei observed Exin's composed demeanor and frowned slightly. But then she shook her head, thinking to herself, it must be psychological. He can't possibly have such great power, and even if he did, I'd only lose an endorsement and a role, which isn't a big deal for me. She began to comfort herself. As time passed, the atmosphere in the hospital room became somewhat strange. 5 minutes felt like an eternity at that moment. Finally, as the time was up, Qin Fei's phone suddenly rang. She looked at the caller ID, which displayed Hanyu Group CEO Lin. Meanwhile, Exin's phone remained silent. Qin Fei's face broke into a smile. She looked at Exin and said, 5 minutes have passed, and now it seems you're the one who's going to be fired. Indeed, in her mind, CEO Lin calling her meant good news. She answered the phone, smiling as she said, hello, CEO Lin. On the other end, CEO Lin sighed and said, Schwer, I'm sorry, but I'm calling to inform you that CEO Lei personally came over and said, they're canceling our cooperation, including your endorsement and the movie. Hanyu Group has decided not to work with you anymore. What? Qin Fei's face changed dramatically as she exclaimed in shock. The endorsement was a minor issue. In fact, the product she endorsed for Hanyu Group was just an add-on. What she valued most was the movie with Hanyu Group, a big production with a renowned director. She had read the script and believed it could potentially be a blockbuster. CEO Lin. Qin Fei panicked and quickly said, there must be some mistake. How could they really not use me anymore? My influence is well established, and our cooperation is a win-win situation. I have no choice. It's CEO Lei's direct order, CEO Lin said helplessly on the other end. I have something to attend to. I must go now. Lin. Qin Fei wanted to say more, but a series of beeps sounded from the other end. CEO Lin had already hung up. What? Beside her, manager Su quickly approached and asked, what happened? Hanyu Group really canceled my endorsement and the movie, Qin Fei muttered. Clearly, she was shocked. She had specifically cleared her schedule for this movie. Being dismissed from the project now meant a significant loss for her. Hearing this, Lu Jia was also stunned. Almost everyone turned to look at Exin. Exin stood there calmly, rubbed his nose, then shrugged and said, you can leave now. Exin. Manager Su's face flashed with anger. You must pay compensation. Qin Fei, feeling humiliated and angry, looked at Lu Jia and said, 2 million yuan. You must pay me every cent now, or this isn't over. Follow the proper procedures, use insurance if applicable, and if you're owed compensation, you'll get every cent. This is a hospital. Do you want to make a scene here? Exin said as he took out his phone. It might be good to cause a commotion. You act like a pure white lotus outside. I'll record a video and upload it online. Let your dear fans see what kind of vicious woman you really are. Qin Fei's face changed abruptly when she saw Exin take out his phone. Manager Su angrily shouted, you dare! Manager Su, let it go. Qin Fei said, Exin, you're something else. Just because you helped Lei Bin with a big favor? You'd better hope Lei Bin can help you for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll definitely destroy you. We'll see about that. After saying this, she gave Exin a hateful glance, turned around, called her entourage, and left the hospital room. After they left, Exin looked at Lu Jia. Lu Jia looked at Exin in disbelief and asked, are you a rich second generation? Exin smiled and said, what rich second generation? I just happen to have a good relationship with CEO Lei of Hanyu Group. It's not a big deal for him to cancel an actress's contract. Besides, Qin Shui's two-faced behavior is really disgusting. Take good care of your daughter. For everything else, use insurance where applicable and follow legal procedures. Thank you so much, really. Lu Jia bit her lip, looked at Ye Xian, then took out her phone and said, "Well, let's add each other on WeChat." Ye Xian didn't refuse. He opened WeChat and found that Chen Xiu had left him several messages and a few missed WeChat calls. After adding Lu Jia on WeChat, he said goodbye to her and left the hospital. Then he called Chen Xiu back. "Hello." Chen Xiu quickly answered the phone and asked, "What were you doing? Why didn't you answer my calls? Were you on a date?" Ye Xian scratched his head and said, "No, I ran into some trouble earlier and didn't open WeChat." "What's up?" "Jiaqi is leaving here and going back to Beijing. Tonight my friends and I are giving her a farewell party. She said she'd like to invite you too," Chen Xiu said. Ye Xian nodded and said, "Sure, where is it?" "At the Heideleo we ate it last time," Chen Xiu said. "At 7 p.m. See you there." "Okay." Ye Xian hung up the phone and muttered to himself. Beijing isn't far from Linhai. It's just a few hours by high-speed rail or a little over an hour by plane. These kids are acting like it's a permanent farewell. He took a taxi to the area near Heideleo, found an internet cafe nearby, played a few games, and when it was almost time, he leisurely made his way to Heideleo. As soon as he entered, Ye Xian saw Chen Xiu and the others sitting not far away. There were 8 or 9 people at the table. Apart from Chen Xiu and Wang Jiaqi, most of them were women, and most of them were quite pretty. Wow, these are indeed art students, Ye Xian thought to himself. Besides them, there was only one man. He was wearing all white and was quite handsome, a typical pretty boy. This table of handsome men and beautiful women naturally attracted a lot of attention, and people occasionally came over to take photos with the man. Ye Xian also felt he looked familiar, probably having seen him on some app. He guessed he was an internet celebrity like Zhang Yu. Ye Xian approached them proactively. When Wang Jiaqi saw Ye Xian, she smiled slightly and said, "You're quite the big shot, arriving right on time." "I arrived early and played some games at the internet cafe next door." Ye Xian rubbed his nose. Everyone looked at Ye Xian curiously. Chen Xiu briefly introduced Ye Xian and also introduced the others to him. But Ye Xian didn't pay much attention. He figured he probably wouldn't have much interaction with them afterward anyway. Because he wasn't very familiar with most people, Ye Xian didn't talk much. He just ate by himself while listening to their conversation. Too much time had passed since his student days, and he couldn't really join in their topics. Seeing that Ye Xian wasn't talking much, Wang Jiaqi and Chen Xiu occasionally chatted with him to make him feel included. Because they were sitting close together, their occasional conversations seemed somewhat intimate, which made the man sitting across from Ye Xian frown, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then he opened a bottle of wine and said, "Brother, you arrived last. I think you should drink 3 bottles as a penalty." Ye Xian's expression changed as he looked at him.